Hello, good morning, and thank you for joining us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. I am Nana Tufo Boateng, and it is my pleasure to be able to steer this wheel that is going to bring you exciting stuff, insightful stuff, educational stuff right here on the show. There's a lot to talk about. Okay, we'll be hitting the judiciary, we'll be hitting the economic front, we'll be coming into your community to bring up some issues that concern you and I, and hopefully we can profess some solutions to address and sing. One of such communities is within the Ketu South municipality, where tidal waves continue to ravage the area. Quite disturbing, quite sad, and I'm wondering why after so many years, residents in these areas, especially the Agaveji community, have to endure such devastation by nature. You see, the thing about nature is nature will always have its way, whether you like it or not. And now our own activities are contributing to the pace at which nature is having its way. Okay, so we are winning sand, we're disposing waste indiscriminately, we're building in waterways, and so nature decides to return the favor, and then that's where we begin to see some of these disasters. In the Ketu South area, it is the high tides that is washing away communities. And at this point, I think there should be some swift intervention. It shouldn't always be when the disaster happens and then we bring mattresses and rice and sugar and we think we have solved this, the problem of the people. No, we have not. There's something called disaster mitigation, disaster prevention, even before you begin to look at disaster management. And I believe that the authorities should be looking at some of these things. If you see some of the pictures, boy, quite heartbreaking, quite devastating. Properties are being lost. Fortunately, in this particular instance, we didn't hear of a casualty, but we're praying that the authorities will move in there. What happened to the sea defense project that was promised years ago? Where has it gotten to? And what feasibility studies are being undertaken to determine what new ways or strategies there are to deal with this increasing phenomenon of tidal waves causing destruction in our communities? So we beg of you, if we have anything to do for the people of Ketu South, I believe we should be doing it now. If we're looking to relocate them, we should be thinking about a high ground settlement where we can move the people of Gaveji, especially within the Ketu South municipality too. We pray that we're able to come up with the resources to relocate these people so that they no longer bear the brunt of this. However, you know, there's cultural attachment to some of these areas, there's social attachment to some of these areas, and so the people might be a bit reluctant to move out of these areas. It is up to the authorities to make whichever new location attractive enough for these people. It is up to the authorities to convince the residents to understand the need to move out of these areas, especially now that there's this level of destruction by tidal waves. And so we beg of you, the stakeholders should come together. Philanthropists who have the wherewithal and the resources should move in to intervene and to aid the victims of these tidal waves. And then, of course, we can have these affected persons restored back to their normal livelihoods, and so we can continue to grow as a people. All right. So that's just for this morning. But we're about entering the month of June. Today happens to be the 29th day of May. June is just around the corner. And in the month of June, we have something exciting for you, especially our farmers, our poultry producers, our livestock rearers. We have something interesting coming up. We call it the Agri Fair, and it's happening between the 20th to the 22nd of June 2025 at the Afua Sutherland Children's Park. This is the biggest exhibition and sale of fresh farm produce, livestock products, poultry products, agri inputs, you name it. We have it all. We are assembling our agri innovators, farmers, input distributors, and all at the Afua Sutherland Children's Park. If you want to be a part of this, you want to exhibit, you want to sell, please call the number 0205 973 973. 0205 973 973 and be a part of the Agri Fair 2025. We want to see you there, and I want you to experience the level of innovation, the new technologies being deployed to make agri more attractive, especially to the youth of this country. we want you to be there and to be a part of it. Come with your wallets loaded because it's going to be a sale, not just an exhibition, okay? All the fresh farm produce you're going to be seeing will be on sale. And then, of course, you can place orders for subsequent delivery. You can engage in future businesses if you so desire, but please be a part of the Agri Fair 2025. We want to say thank you to the Ghana Exim Bank. Thank you to Legacy Crop Improvement Center. Thank you to the Development Bank Ghana. And these are our sponsors, but the Agri Fair, of course, is brought to you by Channel 1 Television with support from 97.3 Citi FM. Thank you once again to the Ghana Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and the Development Bank Ghana, DBG. All right, so this is happening within June, from the 20th to the 22nd. But it falls under the Citi Business Festival, which is happening throughout the entire month of June. Okay, so we've dedicated the month of June to growing businesses locally to meet global competition or to compete internationally. So the Citi Business Festival is happening from the first day of June to the 30th of June. And here's what's going to happen. We're going to have on-air programming, on-air activities, as well as outdoor events that will bring to you industry experts, industry giants who will communicate, who will speak to the various issues along the business chain in this country, who will speak to helping you, the entrepreneur, grow. The small, micro, medium entrepreneur or business. You will get nuggets that will help grow your business. So be on the lookout for programs on air, on radio, 97.3 Citi FM, as well as television, Channel 1 TV. And then look out for our outdoor events, the workshops, the seminars, the boot camp. We're going to be bringing all that to you. It's brought to you by Channel 1 TV with support again from 97.3 Citi FM, but it's sponsored proudly by Absa Bank and MTN Business. We want to say thank you to Absa. We want to say thank you to MTN for sponsoring the Citi Business Festival, which is happening from the first day of June throughout the entire month, closing off on the 30th day of June. Be a part of it. Don't miss out. You won't regret it. Let's grow businesses together. Let's grow our local economy. Let's compete out there on the international market. Okay. Let's get into the newspapers this morning. Quite a busy news morning. I'll start off with the Daily Graphic newspaper. Major story on the front page says, tax exemption irregularities hold public officials accountable. PwC senior partner speaking there. That's Abeku Jan Kwanzaa. He is saying that on the matter of tax exemption irregularities, we should be holding public officials accountable. Supreme Court dismisses CJ's injunction application. Supreme Court dismisses CJ's injunction application. Borrow only for revenue-generating projects. This is Seth Tekpe, a former finance minister, speaking there. Borrow only for revenue-generating projects. Professor Equia Brichum chairs 18-member NMC. And, of course, congratulations to her. She's the first female chair of the National Media Commission. Congratulations to Professor Equia Brichum. And she will be chairing an 18-member National Media Commission. All right, that's the front page of the Daily Graphic. When you go to the back page, it says government approves 200 transformers for ECG. Hopefully, this will better stabilize the erratic power supply we're seeing in the country, and you and I can enjoy some stability within the power sector. Assemblies engage traditional leaders to resolve land disputes. Also a story on the back page of the Daily Graphic. All right, let's get into some other papers. The Chronicle newspaper is here. Chronicle is heavy on politics this morning, and it says NPP presidential primary. Brian testing the waters, sets up exploratory committee to engage stakeholders. NPP presidential primary, Brian testing the waters, sets up exploratory committee to engage stakeholders. That's Brian Achampong, former Minister for Food and Agriculture. Tokonu's injunction application thrown out. Yesterday, there was a unanimous decision, 5-0, that threw out that injunction application by the suspended Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu. And here it says, Baumiatu Iyoko, Wuntumi's rights must be respected. Wuntumi's rights must be respected. And that's Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Baumia speaking to the Economic and Organized Crimes Office, Iyoko, where we understand Wuntumi spent a night in custody after failing to meet conditions for a bail bond set at 50 million Ghana cedis. All right, that's the scripture, of course. The scripture for the day on the front page of the Chronicle is from the book of Lamentations, the chapter number 3, the verse 40. Says, let us examine our ways and test them, and let us return to the Lord. Let us examine our ways and test them, and let us return to the Lord. Lamentations chapter 3, verse 40. May the Lord add his blessings to the reading of his word. Let me take you to the Ghanaian Times newspaper, which front page is reporting on that demolition of structures on waterways within the Ramsar area. So that's Sakumo, Klagon, Tema, within that enclave. And Times is reporting that whaling teeth gnashing at Ramsar site as more than 100 houses bulldozed. Whaling teeth gnashing at Ramsar site as more than 100 houses bulldozed. We know that the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Lindo Klu, has been leading a team on an exercise to demolish structures on waterways within the Ramsar area. And that's the report on the front page of the Ghanaian Times newspaper. President receives 24-hour economy policy draft. Volta Lake corridor to be major driver. President receives 24-hour economy policy draft. Volta Lake corridor to be major driver. Supreme Court dismisses suspended Chief Justice's injunction application. Supreme Court dismisses suspended Chief Justice's injunction application. Reconstituted National Media Commission sworn in. Reconstituted National Media Commission sworn in. And for the first time, it has a female chair in the person of Professor Ekwia Birichum. That's the front page of the Ghanaian Times. When you go on the back page, it says, government committed to strengthening research and development. Okay, government committed to strengthening research development. And this is the Minister in charge of Environment, Science and Technology, Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, speaking there. And then you have Bolga MCE inaugurates 201,599 Ghana cedis Soko mechanized boreholes. Okay, so the MCE for Bolgatanga has already hit the grounds running, and we're being told it's inaugurating some boreholes in the area. Reports in the Ghanaian Times newspaper. Go grab a copy from your newsstand and you get the details. Let me take you to the Daily Guide. Daily Guide newspaper says, SC, that's Supreme Court, dismisses Tokonu's injunction. SC dismisses Tokonu's injunction. Brian Echampon Exploratory Committee set up. Brian Echampon Exploratory Committee set up. Iyoko grants Wuntumi bail. Iyoko grants Wuntumi bail. Well, we know that Iyoko granted him bail to the tune of 50 million Ghana cedis with 2 grounded sureties. However, he was unable to meet the bail conditions, and so he spent the night in the custody of Iyoko. We are waiting to see what happens today, as we were told yesterday that his lawyers are still working to meet the bail bond. All right. Now, 10 arrested in cybercrime crackdown. 10 arrested in cybercrime crackdown. Comes with a picture of some foreign nationals. Of course, their faces blurred, but clearly not Ghanaian. Clearly not Ghanaian. That's on the front page of the Daily Guide newspaper. And then you have complaints cloud Hajj 2025. Complaints cloud Hajj 2025. We had Alhaji Amadu Sorogo on the show, I think on Monday. He's a member of the National Hajj Task Force. He sought to suggest that things were looking good. So perhaps we need to interrogate some of these reports and find out indeed what is happening with the 2025 religious pilgrimage to Mecca. All right, let's get into some other stories, and this time from the front page of the Daybreak newspaper. And Professor Ekwia Birichum is here again. Says NMC elects first female chairperson as New Crusading Guide reps Primpag on commission. So you have a picture of Professor Ekuya Bruchum there, and she is now the chairperson for the National Media Commission, NMC. Senna Boateng caves in at last, begins work at Defense Ministry today. That's Harriet Senna Sinyao Boateng, former chief director, the now defunct Ministry of National Security. This one says, are Justices Bafuboni, Amadou Tanko, Kulendi, and Kofi the anti-Tokonu squad? That's a question the Daybreak newspaper is asking. You have Mama Pat reports hopes in Adoye to CID. You have Dr. Nick Dansu sweeps triple honors at CEO Summit. And then there's an issue that should be coming up in the Daybreak newspaper soon. It says shocking details of how a secretary was frustrated to resign from Vice President Nana Jane's office. That's the Daybreak newspaper. I'll take you online quickly and bring you some stories from our news portals. I want to begin from channel1news.com. Channel1news.com, they are leading with that unfortunate incident from Maha. It says, fire guts parts of Maha Beach Resort. Fire guts parts of Maha Beach Resort. Quite an unfortunate situation. And then when you move on to other stories, Wontumi spends another night in Iyoko custody over 50 million CD bail hurdle. So like I said earlier, he's been granted bail to the tune of 50 million CDs. However, he's yet to meet the conditions. And so he spent the night in the custody of Iyoko. No probe conducted yet into Sansa Dali's credentials. That's the health ministry speaking. The spokesperson for the ministry, Tony Goodman, spoke on the Channel 1 newsroom on Channel 1 TV last night, and he says that no investigations have been conducted into the credentials of this particular lady, Sansa Dali, although her appointment onto the National Health Insurance Authority Board has been revoked by the President, John Dramani Mahama. Let's move on to some other stories. Wuntumi's arrest mirrors Ghana's revolutionary past. Wuntumi's arrest mirrors Ghana's revolutionary past. This is Abankwah Yeboah of the MPP speaking. Wuntumi's arrest mirrors Ghana's revolutionary past. Abankwah Yeboah speaking there. Toko News case. Legal team awaits June 12 ruling to decide next steps. This is Vincent Eko Asafua. He's member of parliament for Otafo, but also a member of the legal team for the suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu. And he's speaking here that the legal team is awaiting the June 12 ruling to decide the next steps. We know that there was a unanimous decision by the Supreme Court to dismiss the injunction application filed by the suspended Chief Justice. And the ruling, of course, will be given, or the reasoning for the ruling will be given on the 12th of June. And so the team says they are waiting that reasoning to decide their next line of action. Now you have the University of Health and Allied Sciences, UHAS, being renamed after the good old Professor John Evans at Mills. The story says UHAS renamed after late Professor Mills. UHAS renamed after late Professor Mills. On the issue of the demolition of structures at Ramsar sites, the Greater Accra Regional Minister is here speaking, and she says, compensate victims of Sakumo Ramsar demolition, Oklu to chiefs. But she says that it's the chiefs that sold the land to the developers, and so if there's to be any compensation, it is for the chiefs to compensate the developers. I don't know what you think about that. Let us know your thoughts on the show. Send us your comments via the WhatsApp number, and of course on our socials as well. Volta Lake Corridor to drive 24-hour economy and boost production. That's John Dramani Mahama speaking. These are some of the things he put out yesterday after receiving the policy document for the proposed 24-hour economy. And he says the Volta Lake Corridor is to drive the 24-hour economy and boost production. John Dramani Mahama speaking there. Police arrest 10 suspects for alleged cybercrime activities in Wager. Police arrest 10 suspects for alleged cybercrime activities in Wager. Kovvenu can't be forced to resign. This is the former Attorney General, Godfred Yeboah-Dame, who represented the suspended CJ in that injunction application case. And he says the suspended Chief Justice cannot be forced to resign. Okay. Let's move on to some other stories. Stable macroeconomic environment, catalyst for 24-hour economy. Again, John Dramani Mahama speaking. He says a stable macroeconomic environment, a catalyst for 24-hour economy. And it's attributed to John Mahama. Majority members on Foreign Affairs Committee to visit Washington over embassy graft. Majority members on Foreign Affairs Committee to visit Washington over embassy graft. I find this quite interesting, but I'd rather keep my thoughts to myself and we'll make progress. Now you have Mahama nominates new MCEs for Efutu and Asen Central. Mahama nominates new MCEs for Efutu and Asen Central. So these are some stories on channel1news.com. Now let me take you to citinewsroom.com. citinewsroom.com. Let's find out what stories are on there. Starts with politics and comes with a story of that exploratory committee set up by the former Agri Minister and MP for Abetifi, Brian Achampong. Story says, Brian Achampong forms exploratory committee ahead of NPP flag bearer bid. Brian Achampong forms exploratory committee ahead of NPP flag bearer bid. CJ removal can't be halted over Article 146 flaws. This is private legal practitioner Martin Kwebu speaking. And he says CJ's removal cannot be halted over Article 146 flaws. Ghana's embassy in Washington, D.C. reopens today. Ghana's embassy in Washington, D.C. reopens today. Over 2,000 health officers still unposted. Parliamentary committee demands action. I was looking to speak to this. Unfortunately, it escaped me. Hopefully, we'll get to do it. The ratio of health officers now in Ghana is 1 to between 8,000 and 9,000. 1 to between 8,000 and 9,000. How does this work? And this is far below the WHO guideline of 1 to 800. And yet there are over 2,000 health officers sitting at home who have not been posted. We'll find time to deal with this matter. On a good day, on a very good day, we'll find time to deal with this matter. Yeah? All right. Let's move on to other stories. And that unfortunate one. Fire ravages Maha Beach Resort. Several structures destroyed. Fire ravages Maha Beach Resort. Several structures destroyed. Wontumi spends another night in Yoko custody over unmet bail terms. Wontumi spends another night in Yoko custody over unmet bail terms. Now, the Bongo MP is here, and he says no flaws in removal proceedings against suspended CJ. No flaws in removal proceedings against suspended CJ. Health Ministry yet to probe Sansadali's medical credentials. Health Ministry yet to probe Sansadali's medical credentials. And that's Tony Goodman, his spokesperson for the Health Ministry. Then on the economy, John Mahama says the Volta Lake to become economic powerhouse under 24-hour policy. Then you have dismissal of Kovvenu's injunction application, disappointing. That's the Otafo MP Vincent Asafua speaking there. And then you have the Health Ministry calling on the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, GRNMA, to call off their planned strike. Details of these stories on that web portal, citinewsroom.com. You can also visit channel1news.com for more stories. This is Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the news review segment is on, and we get talking about topics that interest you, interest me, and will help shape this country into a better one. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel One TV invites you to exhibit at Agri Fair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agriculture exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery? This is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel One TV with support from 97.3 Citi FM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
On Footprints this Friday, Professor Kwesi Yanka continues his story about his academic journey, his writing ability as a public intellectual, and his stint with politics.
The pen at risk. Your memoirs.
Yes.
What's the central theme? What's the takeaway from this one?
Oh, you can still make it in life even if you started from what many would consider as the wrong angle.
And my favorite, the missing pages of June 4th.
We wanted to do a special issue on June 4th. You won't believe it. We went through all the libraries in Ghana. We couldn't get a single newspaper on June 4th. In other words, graphic editions of Daily Graphic on June 4th.
They were missing.
They were missing. This book really shook him. Meeting Jerry Rawlings for the first time at Rich, face to face, and I had scheduled the appointment, seeking to give him a copy of this. This thing racked lots of injuries, past injuries.
Yeah.
That were reopened by just giving him this book. He opened it page by page and page by page. And instead of the 15 minutes that I was anticipating between us, the meeting lasted more than 1.5 hours.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
Thank you for choosing us. This is Channel 1 Television, and this is Breakfast Daily, time for the news review segment. In studio with me is the Dr. Joshua Jebuntie Zato. He is a member of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, and also a senior lecturer at the Political Science Department of the Premier University of Ghana. Doc, good morning.
Good morning, boss. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. All right, so we're going off onto our very first topic for the day, and it's from the courts. Yesterday, the suspended Chief Justice was in court in the company of her husband, actually, quite a beautiful spectacle. And however, they didn't leave with too much good news as the court struck out the affidavit alleging inhumane treatment, as well as the application for an injunction. And so I'll read the stories for you, a few paragraphs, right? And then we can get into the conversation on it, okay? I'll take this one from channel1news.com. Channel1news.com. Let me just open it real quick. Supreme Court strikes out Tokonu's affidavit alleging inhumane treatment. Supreme Court strikes out Tokonu's affidavit alleging inhumane treatment. So that's the story on there. The Supreme Court has struck out a supplementary affidavit filed by suspended Chief Justice Ketu Tokonu in support of her injunction application. The affidavit, among others, other claims, alleged inhumane treatment, violation of her dignity, and described the ongoing proceedings as a mockery of justice and a ruse to unjustly remove her from office. However, the Apex Court ruled that the content of the supplementary affidavit pertained to events occurring during committee during committee proceedings that are supposed to be held in camera. So it was a unanimous decision, 5-0 decision there by the Supreme Court. And like I said, not too good news for the CJ, who went to the court in the company of her husband. Her legal team has, however, spoken, saying that they are awaiting the reasoning of the court, which will be made available by June 12 before they decide on their next line of action. And then also, however, the committee's hearing is to proceed as scheduled. This decision by the Supreme Court has no bearing or does not stop the committee from doing its work. Let me say good morning to Elvis Darko, editor of the Finder newspaper, who has joined us as well. Elvis, good morning. Trust you're well.
I'm good. Yourself?
Good to have you. I'm well. Good to have you. So, Doc, I'll start off with you. You seem to fancy the CJ a lot. You seem excited when the CJ's matter comes up. Yes. I don't know why, though. Maybe you can tell us, or you can share with us.
Maybe it's not on.
You can share with us why you seem to appreciate the CJ and all that is happening regarding her so much. But yesterday she lost out in court.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all your listeners. And let me say a special thank you and good morning to my students. The undergraduate students at Legon have returned, and they returned from their long vacation, and it's good to see them. Elvis, I think, sorry, I'm so nervous. There are some few things that I don't know about my position on this CJ. And I think that rehearsing them, talking about them, will not help. But it will also help refresh. I want my position to be known so that nobody out there thinks that I'm being hypocritical or not. Right. I've said she's a goner. I've said everything is done, everything is set, it's a motion. I've said it is a political process. I said I've just been masquerading as a judicial or legal process. I've said she's gone. But I want to start with something that happened this week. And again, let me just say that I wasn't surprised at what has happened. In fact, I think her lawyer too said they were not surprised at this ruling. So these are all just part of it. But the new parliament is just coming. And yesterday, the majority leader in parliament said something that's revealing. That is very, and what he said goes to the heart of what everybody else has been saying.
Right. Which one is this? The regulations for the removal
exactly.
of
Basically, what the NDC majority leader in parliament is saying is that we have seen that the processes for removing a chief justice in Ghana. Again, I always want to make this point very clear so people will know. The chief justice is a co-equal arm of government. The EC chair is not. The Shiraj boss is not. The boss for the Auditor General is not. They are not co-equal arms of government. The Chief Justice is. Here is the NDC themselves. The majority, the leader of government business are saying that the process for removing the Chief Justice is so simple. The process for removing the Chief Justice is so easy. The process for removing the Chief Justice is like chicken change. It's just like it's not sufficient, it's not difficult. So anybody based on any whims or caprices, it doesn't even matter the strength or otherwise of a petition or allegation against you. It's so simple, it's so fast, it's so easy, and it's so lazy. And that the provisions in the constitution that make this possible should not are so that we shouldn't use it.
Do you agree with him?
No, I'm still making a point. However, we will use the proceedings to remove Kovvenu. We will use what we ourselves, not somebody we ourselves believe is flawed, what we ourselves believe is too easy, what we ourselves believe is too cheap, what we ourselves believe is not fair. We will use it. We know it is not, but we will use that medicine to treat Kovvenu. But once she's out, once we get Kovvenu out, we'll now bring better medicine. We will now bring a Chief Justice of our own, a Chief Justice that we love, a Chief Justice that we adore. Not only that, we will then make it almost impossible to remove her.
Right.
I want Ghanaians to understand, just sit down and understand that somebody said that we are going to crucify you, we are sacking you from your job, we are removing you through a process that we know is not fair, through a process that we know is not just, through a process that deep down we know that we are not treating you fairly. But we will use it either way. We don't care. We don't give a damn about what it does to you. We don't give a damn about what it does to our judiciary. But that medicine we will not use on our own. That when it is time, when you go out, we have some majorities in parliament, we will bring our Chief Justice. We'll do it. Because you see, it's because the NDC is afraid of its shadows. Because they are afraid that if they bring the Chief Justice and they leave the system like this, the next president that will come will remove that Chief Justice of their own. But they want to block that. They want to prevent that from happening, you understand? And so, for me, I'm asking is that how do you even reconcile these two? How do you reconcile this? So you see, when I say that it's the weaponization of the political process to get her out, people don't understand. This is what it means. This is what it means. You are saying that, look, I know you're sick, there's a problem. This is good medicine that can treat you. But I won't give you that good medicine. I'll let you die. But when you die and a new person comes, I will give that new person the better medicine so that he or she can thrive. That is just wickedness. And that is the political wickedness, the political vendetta we are talking about. That this woman's going or living has been long predicated. Do you understand? One. The second thing I want to talk about is the idea that there are certain admirable qualities about this woman that I just love. She is refusing to go down without a fight. She is refusing to be a sitting duck. She is refusing to just lie down and take it. And she's fighting back with everything she has got. There is value in her fight back. There's honor in her fight back. There is dignity in her fight back. And it's a good lesson to all people. I said this the last time. Whenever it's a man who say fight like a man, whenever it's a man who say fight. But when it's a Chief Justice, the people are saying that, there's actually a theory there held by members of the NDC, African that's saying that she should do what's called a negotiated resignation. What they mean is that we talk to the president and resign, say maybe when you resign, if you're not moved from office, then you can still have all your benefits, everything you need. If it's because of benefits, I don't think this lady will be engaged in this fight. If it's because of a largesse of her office, she will not engage in this fight. She's engaging on this fight based on principles. And I am happy she's doing it. Because she's sending a lesson to every woman out there. I think one of her daughters is a lawyer too. She's sending a message to that lawyer, to her daughter. She's telling everybody that, look, Fight for what you believe is right. Fight. There is honor in fighting. There's no disgrace in losing. People have lost battles. But tomorrow, that is the history that is going to be written will say that you fought with honor, you fought with dignity, and you gave it your all. That you didn't quit when the going got tough. You didn't quit when the whole government, communication machinery, political machinery, legal machinery was used against you. You didn't quit when the full force and power of the state was unleashed against you. You did not quit. You fought to the end. And I know this is what I'm going to say. Yes, I'm going to say, Madam, the day that your final dismissal letter comes, take that letter, frame it, throw a very big party that day, huge party. Invite me. Yeah, she should invite me. That's just the, she should invite me small. Throw a huge party, celebrate, call friends, call people. Let them know you took on the mighty NDC. Let them know you took on the mighty JDM. Let them know you took them. Let them know you fought to the end. And let them know that you lost in dignity and respect, because, as I said this for Dean, and these are lessons. The people that are saying a negotiated settlement, there's a theory behind that. They don't want this to be on John Dramani Mahamad's record. Remember, when you look at the whole record of Ghana, it was the PNDC AFRC era that former heads of states were lined up and shot dead. You know, there's a record there. Whether you like it or not, Champon and others. That's the forebearers of this. Now, in this constitution that we have, it is only His Excellency John Dramani who would have removed an equal arm of government. I don't think he wants that either. And whenever you are writing the history about him, this story is not going to be an anecdote. No. It's not even going to be. It's going to be a full chapter. Right. History will forever write this as a chapter. So I think there are people that are also looking to history and say, we don't want this to be on John Dramani Mahamad's record. So, but if he resigns, then it won't be on her record. Right. And that is what, so, as I said, there are people in this who are looking forward and say, look, you are doing one term, you'll be a statesman soon. You don't want this on your record. But then there are also the hawks that are saying that you should go forward. Madam, fight to the end, keep fighting to the end. As I said, there's honor in your fight, there's dignity in your fight, there's value in your fight, and it's a good lesson.
Very well. Elvis, let me hear you on the CJ's matter, and yesterday the 5-0 unanimous decision against her injunction application.
That's the court. The judges have given their ruling. They've not given a reason,
yet, yes.
Interrogating the ruling, to me, will be a bit difficult, because then I have not seen the reasoning for that. So me, I don't want to go there much. But I just I've said it and I'll say it anytime, that look, the Ghana Bar Association had said that this process, they don't agree. Okay?
Yeah.
The Ghana Bar Association. Yeah. What's the Ghana Bar Association? The Association of Lawyers in the country. Do you understand it? I'm surprised I've not heard from Association of Magistrates and Judges yet on this issue. Because I think that if they are an association of magistrates and judges, and something is affecting a judge, because the CJ will be subjected to this simply because she's also a judge of the Supreme Court. Exactly. So the Association of Magistrates and Judges should have said something, but I've not heard from them. The former Chief Justice, Sufaya Akufu, made it clear that the process is unfair. The government in power, the government in power's majority in Parliament says the process is unfair. So I think that for now, the CJ knows she's going, but she should be happy that voices out there have made it clear that she's being unfairly removed because the process is unfair. Right. And for me, she should take some solace in that the public now is clear in their mind that her removal is unfair, because the process being used to remove her is unfair. And for me, since some of the voices have come clear to say this, as a country, we should understand that whatever we do in the future, we'll look back and say, was it necessary? Charlotte Osei removal, I'm sure those who even supported the removal at that time, some of them will today sit back and say, but was it really necessary? Yeah. Okay? Was it really? Those who have political mindset and said, because you're supported by JM, if the states that's easy, and this and that, and their next election as NPP, she was appointed by JDM. The first election she supervised, JDM lost.
Yes.
So what is that political nonsense people were talking about those days that they have to remove it because of political reasons? With the benefit of hindsight, what's the political reason for removing it? Because basically, JDM, which appointed her, lost the first election the woman supervised.
Yeah.
And I think that should be one of the reasons people should look and say, but then there's no need even to think about this anymore because the person who even appointed her, the person has lost an election under her first elections that she organized. And as I've said, I have always said it that I don't think every breach or offense should be a basis for removal. And that is why I support all the calls, including the Supreme Court's own ruling that, look, this process is unfair and there must be rules that must be passed by Parliament. And this is how that discretion that the Constitution talk about should be exercised. Right. But we have not done that.
And that's what the majority leader has mentioned.
Exactly. Yeah. So I have said this Charlotte Osei saved the public money, but she didn't go to the procurement process. And we say because she didn't go to the procurement process, whether she saved the state money or not, the fact that she didn't go to the process is the reason why she should be removed. Ask yourself, you are sitting down there as somebody with a fair mind, sitting as that somebody saved somebody money, saves the state money. And we said, despite the fact that you saved this money, we are removing you because the process that you are supposed to be able to use to save us the money, you didn't use it, so we are removing you. Those who backed her removal those days should sit back and ask themselves that if you were in Charlotte Osei's seat and you knew that you did it with a good mind because you have realized that the cost of the contract, you could reduce it. You could negotiate with the contractor and reduce it and save the state money. And you saved the state money. The money didn't go to your pocket too. The money went to the state coffers. And they say, because there's a law that's called procurement process and you have to put a tender committee and all that and you didn't do it, we are removing you. So you see, what is happening to the CJ? People should averse their mind to the fact that everybody is saying that the process is unfair. So if you were sitting in a public office and then you are being removed with an unfair process, an unfair process is being used to remove you, how will you feel? This is something everybody should ask. Now I'm sitting in public office doing my work, and then now one or two issues crop up, and the process that is being used to remove me is unfair, and everybody agrees that it's unfair. Everybody agrees that we need to fix it. And we say, we don't care. When we remove you and you are gone, then we can fix the unfairness. See, if you are the one sitting in that seat, whether you are NDC, MPP, whatever, ask yourself, how will you feel when everybody agrees that the process is unfair, but we'll apply it to you, get rid of you, and then when you are gone, we'll fix it. So you see, we are a nation. I said it. It's a democracy. So we are growing. Yes, for now, that is what the law says. But the law is made for man, not man for the law. Okay? It is Parliament who made the law. So we say, that's what the Constitution says. But at all costs, it must be applied. That is what we are saying. But I believe that even those who are shouting today, years' time, they will sit down and say, we did this for political reasons, not because we think that is the right thing to do. So for me, the process that we are doing, we should be careful. As we have all said, the Electoral Commission is an important organization, but it is not one of the three arms of government. It is like us waking up today and say we are impeaching President Mahama for accepting car gift. It's an example I'm saying. Do you know the situation we have? And assuming that it is the opposite, that it is the opposition that has the 188 members in Parliament today. Let's say the opposition has that number in Parliament. And they wake up and say, because we have the numbers in Parliament, we think that the president should not receive the gift, and we are removing the president. Do you know what will be happening? And do you think the ministers and the people in government will support the removal?
No.
So the judicial service should know that cases have come to them. It's about removing the head of the institution that they are in. So all their actions are being watched clearly, and they will be cited in cases, legal education classes, and all that in the future. After everything is gone, and people will do their analysis and now publish, it will become a reference point for legal education in this country. And if the conclusion is that the way they acted shouldn't have been the case, it will be a blot on the image of this country for long. So I'm saying that the judicial service should be mindful. When cases come there, they should look at it very carefully and say, well, the person who is in charge of this institution is being. That's why I said I wish I had heard from the Association of Magistrates and Judges.
Yeah.
Because even the judicial service itself is not going to speak. At least a judge is to be removed.
Yeah.
So the Association of Magistrates and Judges, who have heard, the Bar Association, majority in Parliament, former chief justice, almost everybody say that the process is unfair.
Yeah.
I wish they had also spoken and said, no, this process that is there to remove our members. The process that is there to remove our members. We also agree with those who are saying it's unfair. Or we think it is fair.
Yeah.
Because it's you. Why did you have an association? Why do you have an association? You have an association to protect your members and fight for their rights.
Yeah.
And something is happening to a member. Something is happening to one of your members. And the Association of Magistrates and Judges has been quiet since this thing has come up. I'm really surprised that up to now, I have not heard from them. Because I'm not sure that if a journalist is being treated this way, GJ will not speak.
Yeah.
I'm surprised if a lawyer is going through something. I'm not sure that Bar will not speak. But the Association of Magistrates and Judges
have been quiet.
All this while. Meanwhile, the thing is directly why you exist. You exist for the judges and magistrates.
Yeah.
So it's a bit baffling to me why the Association of Magistrates and Judges have not spoken. But as I've said, you see, democracy is a process. Whether Chief Justice is removed or not, we should ask ourselves, how does that inure to the benefit of the democracy that we are practicing? How does it make the democracy better? Because we want the democracy to be better. And as I've said, see, when we do things to a point where people think that this democracy itself is not better, it's not helping, it's not even better than other forms of government. That's when people begin to think otherwise. So in a democratic process, we should also make sure every action that we are taking, the question should be, how does it better the democracy? That is the very important issue. And as well as magistrates and judges and even the judicial service too, they also have to take a blame that their own court, Supreme Court, gave a ruling in 2020 that this process is unfair.
Yeah.
And the pronouncement of the Supreme Court becomes law.
Yeah.
And they say this process, we think, is unfair. As far back as 2020,
Yeah.
they have not been able to raise issues with the AG and said, AG, we have seen this. We have raised issues. Why is it that you are not taking steps to correct it?
Yeah.
They also sat down on that for all this while. So you see, the democracy we are doing, if the judiciary is to become powerful, to become strong as they are, to become that truly independent of any control of the executive, when they give such rulings, I expect that they will send a memo to the AG after the ruling. The judicial service will say, this is a ruling from the Supreme Court. This is what it's asking for. And this ruling is directly about the judicial service and judges and magistrates. And we want you, the AG, to immediately take steps to ratify this situation because it affects us. It's not like a ruling that affects Elvis Daku who is sitting somewhere.
Yeah.
This is a ruling that affects the institution of the judicial service.
Exactly.
So I was thinking that after the ruling, why is that the judicial service or the Association of Magistrates and Judges did not write to the AG at the time and said, this ruling is about us, our institution, and we think that something is not done immediately. This concern could become an issue tomorrow. This is an issue we also must ask. So you see, probably the idea is that any law should emanate from the Attorney General's department. So if there's a ruling of the Supreme Court, it should be the Attorney General department who should do, who should what? Do it. But as I said, the ruling is not about journalists. It's not about Elvis.
It's about judges.
It's about judges, and it's about the institution of the judicial service. So I was expecting that they would have done something. I believe that if there's a ruling today, and we think that it's inimical to journalists in this country, obviously the GJ or the print pack or any media would have taken it up and said, no, this ruling from the court, we think that something has to be done about it, and then we would have petitioned the Attorney General to do something about it. So how they did not do that also should be a lesson to all of us, that you don't sit down there and say, because I am an arm of government, there's a ruling by my institution that something within my institution is unfair, but I won't do anything about it. I'll wait till the Attorney General at his or her own time, as and when Attorney General wishes to do something, they should do something about it. It can come and hurt you as it is happening now. So I think that we should also learn some lesson from there, that if you are even a state institution and there's a ruling from the Supreme Court which you know should become law, you also have a responsibility to take the Attorney General and say, look, this ruling affects my institution.
Yeah.
And I think that if we should sit down and expect you to do it at your time, something may happen. So do it now. But that has not happened. So for me, it's clear, and as the CJ himself has said, she's clear in her mind that there is a determination to remove her. She said it in her what she filed in court, that she sees it as a mockery of justice.
Yeah.
She sees it as a calculated attempt just to make sure that she's gone. So she's clear in her mind that she's going.
Yeah.
So whatever processes she needs to file, she should continue until she's removed. Even after she's removed, whatever she thinks have not been done well, she should send it.
Right.
So that all the rulings, as I said, this ruling they gave yesterday, the reasoning will be out. It becomes part. It will become part of our legal process.
Yeah.
So that whatever filings is doing, when in the future people want to go back, they will have a lot of references that the CJ filed this. This is what the Supreme Court said. Maybe, probably at that time, maybe the Supreme Court and they may have departed from the same ruling. The people will not be questioning why is that in the past the Supreme Court gave this ruling, now they are departing from it. They become, but if you don't challenge it and you sit, she sits there and is removed, there's no evidence that she raised A, B, C, D concerns and these are the rulings. Nobody can say. The people was, oh, but she didn't say anything. And I always had the issue of Domelevo and Dia Ajimai as Auditor General. The Ajimai was removed. He didn't challenge anything. Nobody went to court. So people think it is normal for a president to order an Auditor General to go on leave.
Yeah.
But then Domelevo's one, the case went to court. Now the ruling is out and says no president has the power to suspend an Auditor General or ask an Auditor General to go to court, to go on leave. It's not clear. But were there any references from the first one? No, because nobody challenges in court.
Similar one with the Bank of Ghana board.
Exactly. Same one with the Bank of Ghana board. So that's why I said that we should allow things to go to court. The rulings become a guide for all of us. If it's an improvement of the democracy, we all will know. If it is an inimical to the democracy, we come back and change it and say, no, this thing that the ruling of this court in the past, we think is faulty and must be changed. And I think that we should allow the woman, and as I said, even if she's removed, and after her removal, she still wants to go to the Supreme Court and still challenges issues. She should still go ahead and do it because she will be taking steps to clarify issues around what is happening
because
to
now
in the future.
There's lack of procedural clarity
A whole lot
regarding
of things,
the processes
a
for
lot of
removing
things
them.
are happening.
Exactly.
And you see, why has President Mama up to now not responded to petition about the judges' meeting that the gentleman has filed? President Mama up to now has not said anything about that petition.
But the gentleman was picked up.
But the gentleman has been picked up. So the petition to the president is not saying anything. But we are meant to believe that, oh, the president is being unfair.
It's his own discretion.
It's being fair. The president is being fair in this process. I'm not saying the president is not fair. But if some other petitions have been acted upon.
Expedited.
And no, I'm not saying expedited. I'm saying has been acted upon. And actions are taking place. If there are other petitions, I expect that there will also be an action. And I'm not saying that the president Mama should go and dissolve them. I'm saying that there should be a response. To say your petition that you have brought. We are working on it. Or we think that after assessment by the Council of State, and the video we have seen, we think there's no reason to act. Then we are clear in our mind.
Thank you.
But as we are leaving that video hanging, and it's like as if nobody wants to say anything about it. I don't think that it helps the process. If there's a pronouncement that we think there is no merit, we know that there's a pronouncement. But when you leave it hanging and there's no response, the question is why is it hanging without a response?
I'll come back to you, but I want to hear Doc. You admire the fighting spirit of the suspended CJ. At what point do you think it should end? I'm asking this because the committee that is probing these petitions will more or less sit as a high court. And so she has options available to her after whatever the outcome is. So at what point do you think after this committee she should just say, well, I have fought, lessons have been learned, this is it? Or do you think she should continue?
Thank you very much. There's something that Alvis said that really excites me. And there's this poem called Face the King by Pastor Martin Niemöller.
What does it say?
It was after the Nazis, the Holocaust. Came. And they decided first, they said, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Recently, the Auditor General came up with a damning report on the University of Ghana.
Yeah.
In less than 24 hours, the University of Ghana came up with a very powerful, strong rebuttal to that. It didn't stop there. UTAG wasn't happy. UTAG held a press conference on campus.
Calling for the resignation of
and followed up with a powerful statement because we work there.
Yeah.
It's UTAG Legon. Let me say UTAG Legon. We work there. You don't come and publish reports about us and expect that where we work, we just sit there and keep quiet.
Yeah.
UTAG came up with it. And that's what he's saying. There are three arms of government. One arm is persecuting the Chief Justice.
Yeah.
The second arm of government is the legislature. The legislature has come out clear that the process is unfair and unjust.
Have they?
The leader of government house came out and said that we'll revise the processes. What do you mean? If the process is fair and just, why are you revising it? They've said it.
So
and
you
it's
are
on
inferring,
record.
but he has said
it's
to go
not
for
inferring.
referring.
It is on record. The record says that the processes, we will revise the process to make it better. Why are you making better if that means there's something wrong with it?
So it's still your inference.
No, it's not. It's on record to say that we will revise.
To say that we revise.
We will
Not on
revise.
record to say it is unfair.
Revise. Okay, there's a record to revise it, and he's saying something. What about the Association of Magistrates and Judges? Today they are coming for Tokunu. You keep quiet. Tomorrow, do you know who they'll come for? And then and he's right, because as an association, you are allowed to be biased. That's why I gave the example of UTAG Legon. As an association, you are allowed to be biased because, again, that your only role in the organization is to protect the interests of your members.
Protection and advocacy.
Exactly. Yeah. So even if the interest of your members is against that of the institution, it doesn't matter. That is why you are there. When will they speak up? I don't know. I'm not saying they have been compromised. I'm not saying that they have been something has happened to them. I'm not saying that they have been bought. I'm not saying that something they have been threatened. I'm not saying that they have been cowed into docility. I'm not saying that they have been, no. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm not saying any of those things. All I'm saying is that their silence is too loud. That they are treating one of your members like this. That the majority leader in parliament and leader of government business can come and say that the process is not fair. That other people, the former Chief Justice, as she said, she sat in there and she said no. Remember when we were told by, in the media by Honorable Samuel Jemfi that the voting in the Council of State was 30 to this thing? You remember what we said? What we said?
Felix Kwachofusu.
Okay.
You mentioned some medium.
No, but I have on Ghana Web. He was the one that was being referenced. On Ghana Web, it was Samuel Jemfi that was being referenced.
Oh, okay.
But if later I found out it's not true, then I'm
or maybe he has already said something about the first person to make.
The story that is coming out of that conclave is that the only person that abstained was what? The former Chief Justice. Because she's coming there with experience. She was in that office. Yeah. And she has also seen how the person is supposed to move.
But she has made her position clear.
Yes, and then she was speaking. So this this poem I've read, probably she read the map, the poem. And she's saying that, listen, first they're coming for it. She said, no, she's speaking up. So my point is that the Association of Magistrates and Distance, because tomorrow they will come for you. And when they come for you, there will be nobody to fight for you.
Where does the fight stop?
Finally, the fight doesn't stop. And that's what I'm saying. And I like the way it is going. Keep fighting. Let all these rulings stay in the books. And as I said, she will go. Definitely, she knows that she will go. But once it is finally done, I want her to celebrate it. I want her to rejoice. I want her to say that I fought a good fight and I lost. And I want every single aspect of fight. Keep ruling until it goes there. And then finally you can say that you've done a good fight because she's doing it for posterity. She's doing it for her daughters and the daughters all over there. She's doing it for her children. She's doing it because it is a weighty fight.
Very well, thank you. Let me say good morning to the CEO of GIFEC, Dr. Rashid Sofo. Tanko Computer is here. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning,
I trust all is well.
It's terrific.
Right.
I mean, we're on.
This is very nice. He's wearing very nice suit.
Good, looking sharp.
He's empowered now. He's the CEO. He's wearing CEO suit.
Reset agenda.
Right, of course.
Coupled with social democratic credentials.
Right.
We are on.
Very well.
Ghanaians are going to see good governance now, and they are enjoying it now.
Very well.
Nobody needs to tell you. So I'm not surprised my opponents are very, hectic. You can see that. They are enjoying it, the fruit of good governance. These things they are doing. They couldn't have done that just some 5 months back. Who born dog?
Oh, they couldn't have gone to court to file an injunction application.
Where?
But you filed hundreds of injunction
We
applications.
filed, when they called those cases, When the matter becomes moot, that's the time they will invite you to come and move your motions. This current suspended Chief Justice, we filed an injunction against Electoral Commission for illegally trying to register Ghanaians at their offices, which is in variance with CI 91, as amended by 126. We filed a motion because it said it should be accessible. And I see my brother Zato, let me say good morning to you. You see, you and your group, sometimes we have to be charitable to you. Ghanaians should keep you in abeyance for a very long time to come. Because they bastardize the democratic credentials of this country. And I'm expecting that they were asking that the right-thinking people, the good people of Ghana should speak up. Yeah. I don't know at that time, I don't know whether all good men were dead at the regime. And they were not speaking up. When we filed this motion, do you know what they did to us?
What happened?
They said they were going on holiday. So she refused to call on the case. She didn't call the case. Let it allow to lie down in the cooler.
It's a judicial break, not mandatory.
Who told when they go on judicial break, they don't sit on cases? This was a serious matter. You were going to disenfranchise a lot of Ghanaians. And we're going to prevent it. Because it was in the interest of MPP and their interests, they refused to call the case. It was when the registration finished, then they now call us to come and move the motion. Does it make sense to you? No. This is the kind of judiciary we are talking. The same group, because it was in the interest of MPP, when they were going to do registration, they went and sat at the bench and ruled that birth certificate cannot be an indicator of you being a Ghanaian. This group. You see, today, they have their voice because John Mama is in government, His Excellency. He's a father for all. He respects democratic credentials, so they can talk. They've been talking and talking and talking all this while. You see, and we think that these things they are doing, they must stop this kind of hypocrisy because it's becoming too much. It's becoming too much. And we are saying that nobody has sidestepped the Constitution. Didn't you see in the court, they asked their counsel whether what they are asking for is in the Constitution. The thing is talking about in camera. You presided over this matter severally. When we voted yes for this Constitution, unfortunately, Zato and his group voted no against it. They were fool them and their people. And they were all voting no. Today, you see, they want to quote the Constitution that they voted against. And they enjoyed it to the extent that they didn't even want to amend it. Now we have seen it. We brought the Constitution and we've seen the shortcomings of this Constitution. And Professor Prempeh committee has been set. Is it not a plus to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama? To make sure that, yes, we sanitize all this process. You heard the majority leader spoke about it yesterday. Yes, these lapses that we have seen here, government is going to do something about it.
That doesn't mean that the Constitution... the same lapses to
I'm saying that, so does it mean the Constitution should not be in operation now?
It is in operation.
Of course. So what is there? We must... yes, we've noticed it. It must go through a process.
But why are you applying the sick article?
Do you know that there are lapses in our criminal code? There are lapses in it. That was passed in 1960. So does it mean that if we catch a criminal today, we shouldn't prosecute him because of the lapses in the criminal code?
So you're picking and choosing?
And I'm saying that you're not picking and choosing. People have filed petition against the lady. Was it not the same person, Professor Zah, Kweku Azar filed against?
Same person.
So at that time, Ghana was not in existence.
But same petition did not meet the threshold of...
the threshold because the Council of State read it and said it didn't meet the threshold of prima facie. Is that not? That's why they dismissed it. But this time, the Council of State met and read it and said, no, there's a prima facie. Petition. The same petition, different one. These are different groups. The same Council of State. Not different body, but different bodies. So what are they talking about? I said, that's what I'm saying. MPP, they are a bunch of hypocrites. And we must call them as they are. You see, these things that they are doing, it doesn't help the democracy of this country. And we must face it. The facts must be told and point it out to their face that stop what they are doing. You are trying to injure the judiciary. Can you imagine we are going to remove our justices and bring them on camera to come and stand and be answering questions and be throwing questions to them? What are we doing to the judiciary? Who does that? These are the things we are doing to protect the sanctity of the judiciary. That is why the framers of the Constitution, it must be in camera. Dr. Zato, you know this. Let's not do politics over matters of this nature. Imagine this learned Chief Justice. You have got to the pinnacle of judiciary. and will subject you to come and stand, and the cameras are facing you, the whole world, everybody's looking at you, answering questions how you have carried your husband and children to go and use our money and spend nyafu over there.
It's an allegation, it's not established.
Oh, I'm saying that she answered it. In her response, she said something about it. How can you describe this as allegation? Is she not the one who answered it? When they gave the petitions to her, she wrote copiously about it and gave reasons why she used those monies for those trips and all that. Is that not?
Did she admit in that?
I'm saying that she said it. She answered to those things. And then so that is why they say she has a case to answer. Is that not true? So these are the things. So we cannot subject her. We respect her privacy. Okay? And we know that where she has reached, it's not a mean thing. She might have stepped on the toes of the law. She said it. The law is the law. I don't think the law has changed now. The law is the law. Yesterday she was seated in the gallery, and then the law was working because the law is the law. And it is the law. She has
will always be the law.
And to always be the law. So naturally, you should expect them to be talking. I'm surprised. What surprises me is the posturing of the MPP. Why have they married the matter to the high heavens? That is a question I always ask. Why have they married the matter? Is it some secret that we don't know? They are trying to hide from Ghanaians. Because it appears they are crying even more than they brief. Now they have brought all their learned lawyers to be her counsel. Is there something we are missing in this country? And I expect the civil society group to do something about this. Because we have to begin to look at the behavior of our judges when appointed to the Supreme Court. And you know, recently, you know what they were trying to do? They wanted to destroy the image of the judiciary by doing some Photoshop and doing cut and paste, by trying to destroy the image of certain judges at the Supreme Court. You saw what that Adenta guy, whatever, Adenta Kumi, thing that they picked up. You saw the video.
I saw that video on one of your members' Facebook page.
I am saying that, yes, the person was commenting on what was trying to put out there. Why will you do this to such fine gentlemen?
You still think it was Photoshop?
It was Photoshop. I have a background in that video. Oh, the video, there was a Photoshop aspect of it. Not everything that you see in there was. What were they trying to portray? There was.
So it's
and
a doctored
you could see
video.
clearly that it was doctored to portray that there was some conversation and people. Do you go to a drinking bar or chop bar to go and discuss matters of national security, serious matters like that? Is that what you do?
Even crime can be planned in public.
Not those high crimes. I'm telling you, this is what they were trying to do is a high crime. You try to bring senior Supreme Court judges, come and sit in public like that and discuss matters of this nature when people can easily eardrop what is going. You know what we do? You know, our Fledges, he knows it.
Yeah.
You go to Pito joint and all these things, or drinking sport, Patashiba. All manner of careless statements are made over there because somebody is tipsy, is boost, he can just make all manner of careless. Is that not what happened there? Yeah. So do you go and discuss matters of serious interest at that point? Nobody does that. To the extent you are alluding that senior Supreme Court judges will go and be sitting at that place and be discussing. And the thing that worries me, as a student, a continuous student, because you continue to learn until you die.
Yeah.
People that you are looking up to, try to believe this. What kind of Ghana are we building? What are we telling the young people? Haven't destroyed free SHS. We are not trying to sanitize and bring them back. You are still postering that kind of behavior. You see, that is the kind of lie we are.
They destroyed free SHS.
Oh, completely. They've just messed up free SHS. Completely. We are now, thank God to Haruna Idrisu. He's bringing it up, sanitizing it and bringing it up the free SHS and making sure that it's working. They destroy everything of it.
The same thing that has been destroyed, you're expanding it to bring private schools in.
Have you seen the thing they are doing? It's not about the title of free SHS and expansion. It is about the quality. The quality is bringing it. Have you seen what they are doing at the JSS level so that it will sanitize at the free SHS level? It's not that kind of mass thing they were doing. Somebody will get aggregate 60, you go and ask the person to go and do science. Dr. Zato is here. If a child has aggregate 60, will you recommend that child should go and do science? He's a learned person. That child can never do anything about his cognitive skills is effective. And therefore, you cannot let such a child to go and do science. Go there, let the child go and do what we call the psychomotor skills. He knows it. But this is what they were practicing. Zoo, because we want our party to continue to be in power, just push them like that, zoo.
Quantity without
Quantity,
quality.
they were just pushing them like that. Look, he's still a lecturer at the university. I know they have problem with some of the products. Even common sentence to construct is a problem to them at that higher level. They know this thing. And when I'm saying that we are sanitizing the system, look, thank God the judiciary, the law is the law yesterday. And it was 5-0. You see, her colleagues, it wasn't any new judges that came, her own colleagues. The law is the law. She was sitting there and they told her, look, what you have brought, it doesn't make sense.
So this is a new unanimous FC?
Not the new, they have asserted the authority. They have asserted their authority now.
Right.
And they have seen that, look, whatever we are doing, we are independent. All the judges who sat on it, did you even see any of them being appointed by any of this our administration? No. This administration has not appointed any of them. It's the same group, and they have asserted their authority now. They've seen it and said that, look, Madam Justice, what you have brought is frivolous. Imagine somebody trying to injunct the executive powers of the president. It's unheard of. It's completely unheard of. That's what she was trying to do. Politicking.
Very well. Dr. Zato, I'll come to you, but let me hear from Elvis first. Elvis will wrap up his thoughts on this CJ matter. You will wrap up and then we'll move on to something else.
I think everybody listening to
Dr.
Kovvenu should now know the character of politicians and know that you should listen to politicians with just less seriousness. Okay. Today, Dr. Tango has made us unaware that the same judges which end this label as unanimous FC.
Yeah.
Today they are delivering another
unanimous
decision. They are not unanimous FC.
They're gesticulated.
The same NDC.
But it's not a political decision. It's not NDC.
NDC. It's saying that if it were under Akufo, it is unanimous FC.
It was political decisions we're talking about, Elvis.
It is a certain authority. It tells you that both ways they have no merit of attacking the Supreme Court judges. But they did this. Attack people's reputations left and right. When they say somebody is trying to attack Supreme Court, they should blame his party. In the last 2-3 years, what the NDC did to judges in this country because they've gone to court and lost cases. I don't think Dr. Tonko is the rightful person to be talking about it here. Because they did worse thing to the Supreme Court. Judges sitting down delivering their decisions, and they decide as a party that for political reasons they should say that these judges are doing the merit of the previous government. And when they say by labeling them as unanimous FC, in this country, it has become a name popular now.
Yeah.
And he is here talking about somebody talking about Supreme Court ruling. This is why politicians are always that they should be mindful of what they say. Because you are in opposition today, it favors you, so you think that as long as you want power, you want to say it. But then when you come to government, the same thing you have condemned, now you are saying that is good. So how do you want the public to think? It meant that the attack on the Supreme Court judges in the past has no merit. By his own saying this morning, shows that he's admitting that the way they are attacking the same judges has no merit. Because as he said, Mahamas appointed judges are yet to be vetted for them to go to the Supreme Court. Yeah. So these same judges that today he says should be granted merit are the same ones that they labeled as what? Unanimous FC. Yeah. So how then do you justify the two positions? Number two, the argument, so that's why our constitution is confused, and I always say it. This argument that Supreme Court judges want to put them on camera has no merit. In the sense that these same Supreme Court judges, you think that their identity should be kept secret. They are publicly known. Yeah. How do we get to know them? They go to vetting. And at the vetting, the media publishes all of them in the media space. Yeah. There's no single Supreme Court judge that if you type the name on the internet, the picture will not show up. Yeah. Because they go to vetting. Yeah. And when they go to vetting, the media captures them everywhere. So what is the secrecy about the identity again? Okay? When we had election petitions, there are 2 election petitions that we had we televised them live on television. Yeah. The media captured everything. So what is the secrecy about the identity of a Supreme Court judge in this country? Tell me. So the truth of the matter is that our constitution sometimes is confused. Because we at one point, the identity of the judges should not be exposed. But in the next circumstance, the identity of the judge can be exposed. There's no issue. Right. So we just are confusing ourselves. I don't see any identity issue here when Supreme Court issues are supposed to be determined publicly because we know them through vetting. They are public. We know them by public. Any judge you Google the name now.
Hold on.
No, I'm talking about that. Any judge you Google the name now, the picture will pop up because the person has been vetted.
Yeah.
We have seen 2 election petitions, and we see judges Jamehe. When we were doing the Brazil probe, it was on TV, it was on everywhere. So who doesn't know Justice Jamehe? Today it's supposed to be, it's going to be vetted for the Supreme Court. So what is the secrecy about Justice Jamehe's identity?
And some Ivy lecturers out
Justice Poorman, it wasn't the one who did the Judgment Death Commission report. Yeah. So I don't see how anybody will want to convince me to believe that the identity of Supreme Court judges in this country is anything to be hidden from. The idea is, so I want us to understand that some of these issues, if we want our democracy to grow, we need to be refining some of these things. As long as we expose judges to the Supreme, the election petition, and we vet them, and they have headed certain commissions and their pictures are out there. Yeah. There's no secrecy about the identity. So if it is because of secrecy, people says the request of the CJ should not be granted. That one, I don't agree with them. But if we say the Constitution did not say that the thing should be heard in public, and therefore you are strictly going by that the Constitution did not say it should be public, so that I accept. But if you are telling me that the identity of the people, I don't see it. Yeah. And then just Dr. Tango mentioned that they filed the case against the EC. The delay, I cannot justify it, and I don't have any reasons because it's an election year, and I expected that there should be expeditious hearing of such cases. So that one, I agree with the NDC that the judges shouldn't have waited for the registration to be over before. That one, I agree with him. But I see to say that the registration, the way it was conducted, that they challenged, it was going to favor an NPP. How do you know that those who are going to the EC's office to go and register are NPP or NDC? And if their justification is true, then the NDC shouldn't have won the elections. Because you are saying that because the election was done in EC office, they enrolled NPP people on the register.
Very well.
If the additional 1.something million that was added to the register were all NPP, then how did the NDC win the election? So some of this, I said, we do it for political reasons. As I said, the Supreme Court not hearing them on time, I think that I will also say that I disagree with the Supreme Court. But to conclude that they didn't do it because they wanted to permit the EC to register NPP people, it's neither here nor there because there's no evidence to back such.
Very well. Dr. Zato, in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Do you remember when all minority MPs left the chamber to go to the Supreme Court or was it the High Court to defend their colleagues? Yeah. What were you doing? What were you doing? You left the work. They left the work to go. Do you remember that? Yeah. You talk about harassment, intimidation. Do you remember that? Doc, you remember that, right? Or you were not in Ghana? You were here. There's something that he says, which is this, which is I want to come to. What is the value of the in-camera setting? Why is it good? What is the value in it? What do you seek to achieve? Now, my understanding, remember I'm not a lawyer, is that it's supposed to protect the Chief Justice or the accused person. Yeah. So whatever he said. Okay, the Chief Justice says, I don't want to be protected.
I don't want your protection.
I don't want your protection. I mean, you see,
subject me to public
just sit back and listen to this. You are saying, you said it here that, can you imagine if you put the Chief Justice, she's going to, okay, it can be disgusting, it can be difficult, it can be put in a price. The woman is saying, hallelujah, I'm all for it. Bring it on. And you say no. So you see, if there's somebody weeping more than the Brief family, it is a comedy, it's you.
But then there's the Constitution to be respected.
So tell me that, but don't say that. It's because, and why, see, that's what I'm saying. We can look at it, I'm not interpreting, but why is the Constitution saying that? I would have thought that common sense, not law, I'm not a lawyer, would say that, is to do what he is ascribing, that because she was the head of the judiciary, you don't want it to be there. You see, a similar thing is being said by the lawyers of the guy who is supposed the national security. That guy. The lawyers are also making a similar thing, but not clearly. That look, in their case, if you put this guy on the stand, he will reveal national security
because of his position as a national security.
And you are saying that it doesn't matter. We'll still put you and expose them. Now you've come to this one. The woman is saying that, and you also saying that if I put you there, you may say things like the woman is saying, "Allow me to go." You said no. So you see that in either case, they are picking and choosing. You are saying that for this one, we'll do this one. No, the woman says it. You don't love the woman more than herself.
But you see, the difference here is that regarding the CJ, there's a constitutional
position. Say that. So argue that. Don't argue like he was trying to do that is to protect the woman herself. Don't argue that because that is false. She says, I don't need your protection. So why you say you want to protect her? Argue that you are going because of what the
She
Constitution
still
says.
has privileges.
And
these
she's
privileges
saying,
must be
I
honored.
don't want your privileges, I want to face the system. So again, I am saying that, argue that because of the constitutional provision, you can't do it. But don't make it look like you like her. Don't make it look like you're trying to protect her. Don't make it look like you're trying to defend her. No, she says don't do that.
Very well.
Why?
Thank you.
Why are you getting
Thank
away
you.
from it?
No, I'll
I'll
come to you. I'll come to you.
No, quick one.
30 seconds.
Yes. I want to find out from Elvis, where did he get this agreement of identity? Nobody is talking about identifying the judges as a problem and all that. That's not the argument. The argument is the law says in-camera sit. Sit in camera and discuss those discussions.
So
should
you are
not
going
be
with the
public.
Constitution.
So this idea of identity,
That wasn't your first comment. Your first comment was to protect the judges.
No,
and the woman.
listen to this.
Now your first argument was that why do you want to put the judges and their protection? You said it. That's what I said.
Yes, protecting the integrity of judges has nothing to do with identifying them.
It has to do.
There's complete
take a break.
difference.
I'll come
It's a
back to you.
complete difference, and we must be clear.
Dr. Tanko.
If I'm protecting
Judges
your
ask
integrity,
questions, so what are you
it doesn't mean
protecting?
identifying.
Hold on, gentlemen. Gentlemen, hold on. Hold on. Let me take a break.
If there's a public hearing, it's not about identity.
Not identifying.
What is in
Your
the
microphones
protected?
are
Yes.
off.
What is being
This is Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll iron out this issue and then we'll move on. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are your gums bleeding when you brush or floss? It may be time for a professional dental cleaning. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Bleeding gums are a sign of gum disease, and when you visit the dentist, your dental hygienist will examine your gum and bone health by completing a periodontal assessment. The basic periodontal exam is done to determine quickly whether there are any signs of gum disease or any problems with your bones. Using a periodontal probe or a gum probe, the depth of the pockets are measured gently and precisely. We are checking for the space between the tooth and the gums, checking for bleeding gums, checking the recession, as well as to see if the teeth are mobile. Gingivitis, the early stage of gum disease, is common and characterized by swollen, bleeding gums. The good thing is that gingivitis can be reversed back to healthy gum tissue. But more advanced stages of gum disease will require a more advanced cleaning and possibly a referral to the gum specialist. Regardless of which type of cleaning your dental hygienist recommends, they all have the same end goal, and that is to remove harmful bacteria and to reduce your risk of dental disease. So, have a discussion with your dental team on gum health and preventative measures against gum disease, and these discussions could be the first sign towards a healthier mouth. Bethel Dental Clinic, the smile starts here.
Healthy smile.
Rise and shine, it's another day to stay on point. Toast is Friday, it's still on point. Watch is Friday all day long. Still on point, yes, it's still on point.
It's still on point.
Watch is Friday,
It's still on point.
for your bread,
It's creamy.
for your toast.
It's still on point.
It's yummy, delicious.
It's still on point.
Still on point, yes, it's still on point.
It's still on point.
Still on point, yes, it's still on point.
It's still on point.
For your toast, it's still on point.
It's still on point.
Fortune spread, it's yummy, delicious.
It's still on point.
Fortune spread, delicious, creamy, and always on point. This advert is FDA approved.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes. He just needs to share his codes and make money. The more his codes are used, the more money he makes. Oh yes, so what are you waiting for? Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money. Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
Is it the luxurious rooms? or the serene green surroundings? Is it the tempting swimming pool? Or the classy conference room? Or the cute gift shop? Maybe it's our chef's array of cooking delights. Whichever way, it's all about Cactus Creek. A most respected hotel. 055 039 5007.
Thank you for staying with us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. We are still having a conversation regarding the processes and proceedings and events involved in the removal or the current suspension of the CJ. I'll take a few messages and then I'll have Dr. Computer wrap up his thoughts on it, then we can progress. This one says, Justice Tokonu's resignation must not be forced on her, but must be self-motivated to make things easier for her and subsequently avoid further humiliation. It's worth knowing that the Association of Magistrates and Judges are silent on the issue because the principles of rule of law is taking its course as far as due process is being applied accordingly. Or Chretine from Mankesim. This one says, in fact, I'm worried about those who support the procedure being followed to remove our Chief Justice, especially the lawyers who are always interested in quoting articles without considering humanity. Former presidents were petitioned to remove certain CJs, but those petitions were turned down because removing the head of a full arm of government will be dangerous to our future democracy. Sir Joe Baba from Bogatanga sent that in. This one, Tenkrai Alexander, says, good morning. The meaning of in camera is not on the identity of the person, but to protect the sanity of the office, which is in the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution. Again, the in camera is a protection not only for the CJ, but also the issues. Okay, thank you. Keep sending your messages in. We'll be sure to read them here on the show for you. Dr. Computer, you wrap up on this matter for me and then we can progress to Chairman Untumi.
Yes. You see, let's continue to protect our judiciary. The sanctity of the judiciary must be upheld. You see, any time that we have difficulties in this country, the only arm of government that continue to play crucial role is the judiciary. Even under military regimes, when we are there, the judiciary survivors, that one day they will continue to function. So in fact, it's an arm of government that we must protect. But previously, just some 8 years back, it was terrible. It was bastardized. I mean, there were a lot of infiltration in that arm from the political wing. Politicians, party apparatchiks were just appointed left and right into the judiciary.
Is that what you seek to balance out?
No, we're not balanced. That's what we're trying to reset. I mean, it's not balancing. We are not interested in balancing anything. The president never, in his utterances during the campaign era, that he was going to balance anything there. He never
with the meeting with the lawyers?
Oh, I was there in that meeting. I was there. I sat through the meeting.
Well, he told them to prepare themselves to take up positions on the bench?
He told them that, look, we have fine brains amongst you, but you don't want to go to the bench. So if you don't go to the bench and those who are not too brainy like you take decisions, then you are criticizing and saying that they are not doing the right thing. You should prepare to take up roles at the bench. Is it not true? Don't you have one of the finest brains that you see in Ghana? They are at the bar. They don't want to go to the bench. I'm sure maybe because of the condition of service and all that. So he was just encouraging them. Why not bring your brains, fine brains, to the bench, to assist the justice delivery in this country? Beautiful call.
Yeah.
We have them. Beautiful call. Can you imagine? Look at the fine brains that we have out there. And so he says this, and then MPP You know them, they are just looking for a straw to hang on. That he says he's coming to balance. There was not even a balance. He didn't use any word balance. They created their own word. You know, MPP are fast in creating words. When you said you are going to do revision of this thing, they will go and create.
You said you cancel.
They will say cancel.
The president said they need to balance out the bench because
no, I was there. There was nothing like that. Look, I am saying that. The president never said we want to balance it.
The balance was
We played the video, the original one, the flag bearer. I was in that place. Nobody told me. You know, at that time, I was the lead trainer of the lawyers for the elections, and that one was about the election management. And so after training them, the president came in to deliver his speech. So I sat through.
And I said
throughout. And said there was nothing like this. The MPP created everything, created their own ways, and they are doing those things. That's what they do. That's what they do. Propaganda. Propaganda. It fell flat. It didn't even go in the way.
The president seen on video saying to balance out. That part was adopted.
Elvis, is it the first time you have seen people being... AI is now doing a lot of videos and putting out there. Elvis, will you publish things like that?
Thank you.
Elvis, will you publish things like that? Do you see here people saying, and we're publishing?
He spent another night at Yoku. Yes. Unfortunately, he couldn't meet the bill conditions. This has to do with some business with Exim Bank. He was picked up after being interrogated by the CID 2 days ago. What do you make of this?
Chairman went to me. I know that nobody's above the law in this country. And I think that Chairman Wuntumi himself knows that he's not above the law. And I don't think that he's ever made that argument or he will make that argument that he's above the law. But there's something that is happening or that I've just seen. And it may not just be only directed at Chairman Wuntumi. But there seems to be this idea. And I ask myself, if Chairman Wuntumi cannot meet his financial bail conditions, how many Ghanaians can meet their financial bail conditions? It means, it looks like the judicial system, or should I say legal system, is, again, let me use one way, weaponizing the bail system to punish people. And look, I'm not saying this because for the politicians, but ordinary people. I remember I was talking to somebody, look, somebody does something small that you think that the person should get bail. But they set the conditions so much that the person cannot get it. And when you don't have a lawyer who can now appeal that decision, you are left the throat. And so many people down the value chain, we don't hear their stories. Because they are not politicians, because they don't make national headlines. Because it's frightening and scary to say that if Chairman Wuntumi cannot make bail, then how can me? How can you? How can a mere lecturer like me, a mere journalist like you, make bail if it comes? Like, so that thing should be worrying to everybody concerned. I'm not saying, I mean, prosecute him, he will face the justice, but that aspect alone sends some shivers, because sometimes what happens is that you don't know what will take you to trouble. And then you think that this basic constitutional right to a bail should apply to you. And all of a sudden to realize that when it comes to bail, they're asking for, as a Salas would say, nenubi, a cow and a child. And then you don't even have a chicken. So how are you going to meet that? So please, I hope that the judicial or the judge will look at this again and not try to weaponize bail against ordinary citizens. Because this is, it's just people down there are suffering. Secondly, the issue they're talking about the Chairman Wuntumi is about a loan. Right. It took a loan from a bank. I still wonder, I don't know what is, if it is just about a loan, I don't see it. I mean, it's not like a crime. I don't know what crime it is. If you take a loan and you cannot pay, that is default, right? Is default a crime? Is there a lawyer? I don't know. It looks, the guy took a loan. That's what they're saying. Again, they're saying he took a loan. He didn't pay the loan from the Exim Bank to do his business. But there was another aspect of this that came back, that Chairman Wuntumi was involved in Galamsey. That Galamsey aspect came back. And I said, fine. If we are going to fight the Galamsey, my position on Galamsey is known. I'm a member of UTAC. UTAC, we went on strike on Galamsey. We took Galamsey is known. We said Galamsey is an existential crisis. So if arresting Wuntumi will stop the Galamsey, it's good. But there's something about the Galamsey. That's why I put it somewhere saying that arresting Chairman Wuntumi and trying to tie it to the Galamsey fight looks like a shambolic attempt to hide the government's incompetence in the Galamsey fight. Putting that in looks like a shambolic attempt at a failing and it is sinking Galamsey fight ship. The Catholic bishops were in the Jubilee House recently.
Yeah.
And what did they ask for? What is the one thing they asked for in the Galamsey fight? State of emergency. That's all. They prayed for the president. They just said, give us just one state of emergency. The president says, Catholic Bishops Conference, I see you, I see your request for state of emergency. I raise you chairman Wuntumi. The coalition of CSOs against Galamsey. What is one thing they have been asking for? That repeal the LI, right?
Yeah.
The president says, coalition of civil society organizations, I see your request for repeal of LI, I raise you chairman Wuntumi. In other words, right now, everything is like, okay, once I am prosecuting chairman Wuntumi, clap for me, I'm doing a good job on Galamsey. Once chairman Wuntumi is going to stand for this, clap for big. There are things, there are low-hanging fruits. If the president is defying the Catholic Church, it was the first time that we saw the Catholic Bishop of the Catholic Archdiocese people pray the rosary on the streets of Accra, walking around praying for Galamsey. They did that. Now you've come about these same people have come to you. They are begging to plead with you, the government, the president. What is it that the president cannot do? We said it. You can declare a state of emergency this morning. You can repeat. The things that have gone to Parliament yesterday, when I was reading through the list of law, there was nothing there about repealing the LI. So it means it is not a government priority. My point is, don't use Chairman Wuntumi and then try to force people not to talk, because it's like, okay, if you cannot, they are trying to make this argument. You cannot on the one hand be against Galamsey, and then on the other hand, say you are defending Wuntumi's right. Actually, you can do both. In a democracy, you can take a position, but also defend people's rights. You are against armed robbery. That doesn't mean that you are pro-shooting and killing armed robbers in the act. My point is that if you are going to fight Galamsey, let's fight it holistically. Mr. President, there are very low-hanging fruits that you should take. Fight it. Just as we just said it, declare state of emergency today, repeal the LI. Though I'm not the one asking for it. Anybody. There's a reason why nobody thinks that we are winning the Galamsey fight. 4 months to do it. You see, 4 months is not enough to win it. But 4 months is enough to begin to change the narrative. So to say we are beginning to reduce something. Nobody has said that. And that, for me, is the most worrying thing. Because if we don't break the back of the Galamsey fight this year, next year, almost all the political parties are going into reform, right? Their succession battles are beginning. And once those succession battles begin, it becomes difficult to carry out difficult government policies. That is why you realize that almost all governments use their first year to do the most difficult things. So that by the good second year, third year, you don't have to deal with it, because the political calculus are coming in. That's why I remember that there was praising the AMA boss for trying to do it now. Because now you have goodwill. Now if he does it now and then hold on to the gains.
The blowback might not be
good.
Too much.
And now you hold on to the gains. So that next year, somebody running to be chairman of the constituency there will not say, oh, if I become chairman, I will let you trade on the street. You understand? So please, I'm telling the president, yes, you are prosecuting Chairman Wuntumi. I'm sure he will defend himself, his legal thing, he will fight for his rights. But what he's going through, I then ask myself, what if it was a mere mortal? A mere mortal that was charged like this, and these are the bail conditions. How would the mere mortal stand? Don't give an appetite to say that a bail system should be weaponized against ordinary people.
Very well. Very well. Okay. Your thoughts on this Wuntumi? Bail set at 50 million Ghana cedis. Maybe you can help us with some education on this matter. Is it that we look at the gravity of the charges and then we set the bail? Or is the individual involved?
Oh, no. As for bail condition, it's not the individual involved. It's about the amounts involved. So for you, the court to be sure that you will not abscond, they need a surety to make sure that if you abscond, then that money that you can offset. You understand it? So the bail conditions are normally determined by the gravity of the issue. So if it's been accused of maybe 50 or 60 million, the court will want to set a bail condition that is almost close to the amount. That one there, I think normally is there. But some of the bail conditions, as he rightly said, you look at the offense, you look at the issue, you look at the bail condition. That way you can criticize. That looking at what is involved and then the bail condition, you may have an issue with some of them. But if the amount is this and the judge says to be sure that there's some preservation or a guarantee that if you abscond, we have something to lay hand on, so as I said, that is what it should be. And as we speak, the Wuntumi case is not clear. In the sense that officially, nobody is able to establish, to tell us, these are the specific issues against Wuntumi, and these are the amounts involved. So then if you are saying that there's this amount for bail, you ask how much is involved. Because I have read several things. As you said, there's a letter that is going to CID for Akunta Mining and Galamsey. Exactly. I have read somewhere they said he's taking some cocoa board contract with some. I have read somewhere they said he took some money from Exim Bank. So you are asking yourself, which one is, and these stories too are not like coming from the legitimate sources. Exactly. It's not like the AG or the CID, apart from the Akunta Mining one where the CID invited him. In terms of the issues of cocoa board and the Exim Bank issue, you don't know and don't have any information from any official source to say that maybe Iyoko or the AG or the police says he owes this money here or he owes cocoa board, he took money from, didn't do the work. Then you know that you can all even trust the issue. They are just spitting the information out through certain media sources in bits and pieces. So if you want to make categorical statement in terms of the real reasons, the only one you can talk about is the CID one, because now the CID officially issued a statement that they are actually interrogating him over the Akunta Mining and illegal mining. So that's the only one you can categorically say you will speak to. But then when it comes to the other two, it becomes difficult because then...
Sorry, just a quick one. We don't know if he was sent to any court or no. So is this an Iyoko
bill? It's not even... It's an Iyoko bill. It's not going to any court. But the Iyoko have the right to grant you a bill. They can give you a bail on their own. They have those powers to do that. Yeah. So, you see, because if somebody is telling me that somebody has gone to take a loan, I'm yet to see why a loan becomes a criminal offense. Okay? Yeah. It's a contractual agreement. Yeah. Okay? And the bank, that is why the laws make provision for the banks to make sure they take the adequate collateral for the loan the person is taking, so that in case the person defaults, they can then rely on the collateral. You can only be arrested if maybe the collateral you presented, it is falsified. And even that, the bank needs to take a flag for that. Because every collateral that presents the bank is supposed to make sure that they verify. To make sure that all documentations that you presented are real. And that whichever assets you are using, they also go to the venue of the asset to verify the asset actually exists. So the bank has a lot of due diligence to do under a collateral before they even grant you the money. So if he's even taking a loan, granted that he took a loan from Guaranteed Ghana Exim Bank, the question is that what about the loan that has become criminal? Because there's little information or there's no adequate information in the system, you cannot say that, oh, he took the loan, he presented a guarantee, a collateral, and the collateral turns out to be fake or something. That is why. But to default on your loan, if you go to the whole process and do the right and default on your loan, it's a matter of contractual agreement. It is the bank that might take you to court on a civil ground. That is what I know. I'm not a lawyer, but with little writing about financial issues, this is what I know. That it can only become criminal if something criminal has happened about the loan. But if you cannot establish anything criminal about the loan, the mere default on a loan it's not a criminal activity. It's a civil suit. That's why the bank need to go and sue you in court and then demand that you owe us this amount. That is the money. And this, so they want you to pay. And then even at that point, they have to go and identify assets that you own and then present with certified document to the court to garnish and give them power to go and sell to offset their money. So until now, if you want to talk about the loan, you don't know which, if indeed he took a loan in the first place. As I said, no official source has been able to read that information. We don't know the figures involved. So commenting on that is difficult because then you need the facts to be able to establish that here he did something wrong or he didn't do anything wrong. Same way Cocoa Board, they said he's gotten a contract to do a road, but he's been paid the money. I have not seen the contract. What about the contract that will determine his arrest? What are because every contract has terms and conditions attached. There are things that you are supposed to do. So the question is, has he done what he's supposed to do before the money was paid? What were the conditions? If something has not been done right, then who actually paid the money? Because then if there are terms and conditions to be met before he gets paid, but they are not met and he's paid, then he alone should not be arrested. Those who also authorize the payment should be arrested because it means that then they have not done the right thing in paying the money. So even if the Cocoa Board is also because there are no information as to the specific offense about that. Because if you give me a contract and probably I say the contract in it, I say you have to pay me up front and it is stated in the contract before I do it, and you pay me upfront, I have not committed any crime. So there must be something within the contract that, has not been followed.
One, I think he commented on the first day he went to the CID, and he said that work had been done. He's raised certificates. The certificates were not honored. It took them 3 years to honor the certificates.
So the prosecutorial authority needs to give us clarity on some of this, so that we know that this is the reason he's been arrested for this. Oh, he did the work, but it's a shoddy job. Now we have gone to ourselves with that. It's a shoddy job, so he defrauded the state. So that one too, it's difficult for you to say you are commenting on the facts. So the way we are going about some of these things, it makes discussions very difficult. If we are not careful, we will end up defaming people, saying all kinds of things. And I don't know if the actual facts should come out. You may realize that the things you have said ahead may not have any basis for what you said.
Let me hear from Dr. Computer.
They said all the facts. He has them with the computer.
Hold on,
so
Dr. Zato.
tell us.
Dr. Zato, hold on. Dr. Computer, why has Chairman Wontumi been picked up?
You see, the ills of Chairman Wontumi, if we are going to start the discussion now, it will end us in the evening.
But why has
his own party members wanted him arrested under their regime? You had the issues. Even MPs in Parliament had issues. They raised issues that the man must be called to order at that time. He had issued with Kennedy and Japan. They were on each other's neck.
Yesterday, Kennedy was there offering himself as a surrogate.
He wants to be a parliamentary candidate.
Presidential.
A presidential candidate. You know it. You know his ambition. It's very clear. It's an avenue to market themselves. All those people who were just making noise all over it. It's an avenue to, not that they were interested in the ultimate welfare. They were just there to market themselves because they have an upcoming elections. That's why they mass up there. They themselves are against Wontumi. Wasn't no Wontumi who was all over the place on TV channels displaying gold and say pure money, this and this and that. I will show up. No, I'm saying it. I'm coming. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm laying something. Foundation. If you use confident tricksters modus operandi to get a loan, is it a crime or is it not a crime?
How do you establish this?
I'm saying that's why they are investigating.
So
that's why they. That's why I'm saying that.
That
is why I'm saying that this. He has already mentioned it. Look, his lawyer and the appeal initially mentioned it. A writ of summons was issued to him. That's where the Exim Bank matter came. They didn't know about the Exim Bank until his lawyer mentioned that about the Exim Bank matter issue, which has been an issue long since before even we came into office. And they have been tracking down.
The bank?
There's something not only owing. It's not about default. There's something there. Just allow them to do their work. That's why I say we are putting the cart before the horse. We can't stampede the security agencies. They know what they are doing. Iyoko is now working. It's not like those days where the Flagstaff House will whitewash matters before even they start investigating. This time, the security agents are on top of their brief. They are doing their job. They won't allow interference from the Flagstaff House.
But in all these rights of
individuals, I'm saying that, yes, it should be respected, of course. That's why they are doing that. If your crime, and I'm happy Elvis has mentioned it, your crime is so huge that they must look for a bill distance that can measure your crime.
Or a deliberate bill.
No, not deliberate. It's not deliberate. Wontumi, 50 million Ghana cedis should not be a problem to Wontumi. Is it a problem to Wontumi? Adeba was all over boasting over his resources and his money and showing people the kind of resources he has. So and 50 million should be a problem to him. If you brag and think that you have that money, and today they are asking for a bail bond of 50, and you are running out, we say you don't have it. Where have you put those monies and resources to? Right. Come and do it. Zato, go and help him. Your people, they are all over the place. You see, the man issues are so many. He has several ills that because he was untouchable under Nana Akufo-Addo. Really? You remember the issue at Akontama? Elvis, I'm sure you would have published it. When the issue came out, His Excellency then Nana Akufo-Addo came out boldly and defended him and said, even to me, it's not involved. Akontama is not involved in any illegal.
Because
like
the records presented to him.
What record? He should have allowed the security, the investigative body to bring the report before he makes a comment. Right. The president was noted for stampeding the processes. You remember the love letter he wrote for that Citi Dapa? Love letter.
Got to do with
I'm telling you what they were doing.
I think you
Elvis, I am telling you that you're going to stampede.
We want to know the
No, I am saying that Elvis is trying to stampede the security agencies to come out boldly. We won't do that.
Saying that we don't have the facts. So
What facts?
Commentary on it.
Hold on. I am saying that we have a presidency that will not interfere in the work of the security agencies.
Right.
They should do their work. They are doing their work dispassionately. And interestingly enough, we've not seen any government official putting his hand in this matter.
Right.
We just want them to do their independent work. Come out with the facts. If they want to prosecute that man, the courts are there for them to be prosecuted. But they are still doing their work. Yoko has that power. I'm happy he's mentioned. He has that power.
Yeah.
To keep you issue the bail bond. If you meet it, you go home and rest.
Right.
Nobody is interested in keeping Wuntunmi behind doors and all this. But he must set the record straight. And we shouldn't behave as if we are just deliberately targeting our opponent. No, this issue started from the attempt, but nobody had the nerves. Nobody has the nerve to hold the bull by the horn. They fear Wuntunmi.
So you have come with the men.
We said no. The law must work.
Very well.
The law is the law.
It's the law. Thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Thank you, Dr. Computer. Thank you, Elvis. Thank you, Dr. Zato. We'll do this again. No, we've run out of time. We've run out of time, unfortunately.
The law is which law? What law? What has the man done? What has the man done?
He won't be able to. Thank you so much. This has been a news review segment. Breakfast Daily continues.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Introducing Betway's Bet Influencer, a groundbreaking feature where you can make money by just sharing codes.
He just needs to share his codes and make money.
The more his codes are used, the more money he makes.
Oh yes. So, what are you waiting for?
Anyone can be a bet influencer. Share your codes and make money.
Bet Influencer, another world first from Betway.
This advert has been approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Betway, get way more.
So much love in the air. What are we looking at?
Thank you guys for joining us for this unforgettable night.
Paw Patrol is on a roll.
It's Max Verstappen in the lead.
The megastar is here.
Absolutely sensational.
Let's go!
Just taking a trip down memory lane.
Get unbelievable entertainment that is unbelievably easy to own. Get and stay connected to DSTV.
On Footprints this Friday, Professor Kwesi Yanka continues his story about his academic journey, his writing ability as a public intellectual, and his stint with politics.
The Pen at Risk. Your memoirs.
Yes.
What's the central theme? What's the takeaway from this one?
Oh, you can still make it in life even if you started from what many would consider as the wrong angle.
And my favorite, the missing pages of June 4th.
We wanted to do a special issue on June 4th. You won't believe it. We went through all the libraries in Ghana. We couldn't get a single newspaper on June 4th. In other words, graphic editions of Daily Graphic on June 4th.
They were missing.
They were missing. This book really shook him. Meeting Jerry Rawlings for the first time at Rich, face to face, and I had scheduled the appointment, seeking to give him a copy of this. This thing racked lots of injuries, past injuries.
Yeah.
That were reopened by just giving him this book. He opened it page by page and page by page, and instead of the 15 minutes that I was anticipating between us, the meeting lasted more than 1.5 hours.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. Calling all farmers, agribusinesses, and innovators, this is your chance to shine. Channel 1 TV invites you to exhibit at Agri Fair 2025, one of Ghana's largest agricultural exhibitions. From Friday 20th to Sunday the 22nd of June, the A4 Sutherland Children's Park in Accra will come alive with the very best from Ghana's agribusiness sector. Are you a farmer with fresh produce of any kind? Be it crops, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture, or you're a supplier of agro inputs and processing machinery? This is your platform to connect with the world. AgriFair 2025 is more than an exhibition. Showcase your fresh produce, share your expertise and experience, and grow your business. So, to all farmers with fresh produce, livestock or poultry, fisheries or aquaculture products, come, sell, network, and expand your business. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. Register now to secure your spot. Call us on 0205 973 973. Come one, come all. Enjoy the freshest farm produce at unbeatable prices. And treat yourself to sizzling kebabs made from beef, mutton, pork, chicken, and more. Great taste, great value. Don't miss out. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 Citi FM and is proudly sponsored by Exim Bank, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, and Development Bank Ghana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily, and right now we are getting into the second half of the show. My name is Chris Carter, and I'm doing this with...
I like how you said it. Second half.
Yeah.
So
you know what I'm talking about.
She knows what she's talking about, but I don't know what she's talking about. My name is Philip Nilati, and trust you, and you are doing well. I'm going to give you nothing but exciting one from now to 11 a.m. where we say bye-bye to you. We have a lot for you, entertainment, sports, community-wise, everything you can think of on this show. But I'm sure you are preparing yourself for the Agri Fair 2025,
right.
Which is happening next month from 20th to 22nd of June 2025. This is the maiden edition, so you should be part of this one because if you do not come, someone would say, wara, wara. This is an opportunity we are bringing to you out there directly to the farmers and directly to the buyers without any middleman. And I repeat, without any middleman. So we give you the chance for you to meet the farmers directly and purchase from them whatever you want, be it goat, be it cow, be it that chicken you want, the tomato you want, the onion, the pepper, and whatever you want as a citizen or the public. We are bringing it to you live to you. This is happening at the Ifwa Sunderland Children's Park opposite the National Theatre. If you do not know that place, you could use a Google map to get to the destination. Just from few weeks from now, because we are already getting closer to the end of the month of May. So make sure that you are part of this event. Prepare yourself, prepare your money, prepare everything you want that you would want to get at this event. Another exciting part of this program is that when you come there, you would get some to eat and you get some to drink as well. And as well, you would get to learn. I think what is trending now is how to do a little catfish farming in your backyard. People are entering into that venture. What you need to know about that particular venture and all that, we will be taking you through at the Agri Fair 2025 from 20th to 22nd of June 2025. It's a 3-day fair, so don't miss any. If you don't come on Friday, you should be able to come on Saturday or Sunday, or out of the 3, at least 1. If possible, come all 3 days.
Right. And still in June, from the 1st to the 30th of June 2025, we have the Citi Business Festival that is brought to you by Channel 1 TV, Citi 97.3 FM, and Absa Bank. And this is a festival you wouldn't want to miss because there are going to be so many on-air programs that, you know, it's centered around business. And this might concern you, especially if you are someone that wants to get into business, wants to understand the business world, a startup, an innovator. This is definitely for you because you're going to be hearing from the experts. There are going to be different forms of activities that will be going on through this month that you wouldn't want to miss. So just keep your eyes glued to Channel 1 TV and your ears glued to Citi 97.3 FM because there's going to be so much more around the business discourse. And I want to say a very big thank you to our sponsors, Absa Bank, MTN, and Zonda.
Okay, so that is it for the by way of promo. It's Absa and MTN that is sponsoring the Citi Business Festival, like Chris made mention.
And Zonda. Zonda just joined.
Zonda as well, good. Zonda as well. So make sure that you are part of whatever we will do in the month of June. But what is trending? What is trending? What is trending? A lot of things are trending. From Facebook, from TikTok, on X, Instagram, and all that. Let's start with this interesting one. The female doctor, allegedly fake, that was nearly put on the board of the National Health Insurance Authority.
In fact, she was put on, that's removed.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because from the argument you are getting from the Ghana, the Ministry of Health, they didn't go ahead with that.
Come on.
Yeah, they didn't
but
go
we
ahead
saw a
with
list.
That. Well, we did.
And I have so many questions. So is it because of the outroar and, you know, and anger of people, or questions around, you know, her name in particular that they had to come up with that? No, come on, there was a list. There was a whole list out there.
So you think due diligence wasn't done?
I think so.
Some sort of investigation may have to go on, though, because according to the Ghana, the Ministry of Health, and I'm reading verbatim from Channel 1 newsroom, there's a story on Channel 1 newsroom that indicates that no probe was conducted yet into Sansa Delhi's credentials. So the spokesperson for the Ministry of Health, Tony Goodman, has confirmed that no independent investigation has been carried out to verify and Sansa Delhi's medical credentials or determine whether she is indeed a qualified doctor or not. This comes in the wake of President John Dramani Mahame's decision to revoke Delhi's appointment as a member of the National Health Insurance Authority Board. So it went on in an interview on Channel 1 newsroom on May 28. The Health Ministry's spokesperson explained that investigation into such matters typically fall under the range of the relevant professional bodies. So maybe the Medical and Dental Council should have conducted some form of investigations. But the big question a lot of people are asking is that, so what if the public didn't make noise on this, like you indicated?
Right.
That means she's just going to be put in there like that. So she's been replaced with Professor Ernest York on the board now.
And you know what is interesting about it is the certificates that people, that's popped out. Her certificates, she even has one from Johns Hopkins University. And I'm like, wow.
On there,
yeah,
the certificate we have seen and the argument made is that hers is John Hopkins.
Yeah.
And what we know is Johns Hopkins. So with a John, there isn't any S for hers.
Yeah.
But what we know is there is. So it's trending. Some of the tweets that are coming out, or tweets that are coming out from Kofi and San, someone said, well, what is happening, or what happened to conducting proper due diligence before making appointments? The incompetent tag is clearly not unfounded after all. So now it's no longer Dr. Ann Sansa Delhi, but Ann Sansa Delhi. How convenient.
But you know, we don't know. You know, I think this whole thing has to be investigated properly first. You understand? And because some people are saying, like I saw a post yesterday that someone said that, oh, she actually helped her little brother in the hospital here in Ghana, and she's actually a doctor. So I don't know.
But there was this individual, a citizen, who pushed or found out from the institution, that is Johns Hopkins, to find out if really they have any credentials from her. You can see it on the screens rolling. This is the response that this is actually what that individual put in there, to demand that the Johns Hopkins University will come out with some credentials or the data on Ann Sansa Delhi. But the response that this individual got, that is Reginald Seshi Brown, got from the university is that we are unable to locate a record under this name. Meaning there is nothing attached to her name when it comes to the institution, that is Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. But what has triggered the conversation is the revocation of appointment and replacement to the board of the National Health Insurance Authority.
And that's by the Office of the President.
The Office of the President. And she's been replaced by Dr. Ernest York. You have some tweets on that?
No, I actually wanted to read on the revocation
That's
of...
That's fine, so you can go
So
ahead.
I write to inform you that the President of the Republic has, with immediate effect, revoked the appointment of Ann Sansa Delhi as a member of the Board of National Health Insurance Authority. This time I didn't even add doctor again. It's just Ann. The President has nominated Professor Dr. Ernest York to replace her as a member of the board, to kindly take the necessary steps to facilitate the swearing in of Professor Dr. Ernest York accordingly, and please accept the assurances of the highest consideration of His Excellency, the President of the Republic. And this is signed Callistus Mahama. Dr. Callistus Mahama, Secretary to the President, and the Honorable Minister of the Ministry of Health. Yeah.
So Minta Akando has taken receipt, and whatever necessary steps had been taken. An argument from the Health Ministry says when the inauguration of the board was done, she wasn't there. So they've taken notice and they are doing. So it's buzzing on social media. But what again is buzzing on social media? One to me, he slept at Yoko yesterday. He wasn't able to meet the bail conditions. So the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Bernard Aintree Boisiako, popularly called Chairman Wontumi, spent a second night in the custody of the Economic and Organized Crime Office, Yoko, after failing to meet the bail conditions set for his release. Wontumi is under investigation by Yoko over alleged financial transaction involving the Ghana Export and Import Bank, that is Exim Bank. He was granted bail on Wednesday, May 28, 2045, a sum of 50 million Ghana cedis with 2 sureties to be justified. So I don't know why I don't know how they are able to, why they've not yet found anyone to stand in for him, because I know with the New Patriotic Party, at least there should be somebody in there who holds that amount of money, 50 million Ghana cedis, and with two sureties to stand in for him.
I'm sure he has it. He's driving a converter.
I think that...
And he drives a converter and a Bentley, of course.
I think per the legal means, maybe he can do it himself.
Right.
You need somebody to stand in for you so that at least you would be able to move out of or be bailed. So if you meet the bail conditions, then you can go. But interesting one there from Wuntumi.
Yeah.
Some tweets on him as well.
Well...
Okay, so what we have here from Albert says, someone said Wuntumi is faking sickness in order to escape speaking English in court.
Oh my God.
People can be just mean.
You guys are mean.
Man always sort of is faking sickness when he is caught. Another interesting one is that this week, Chairman Wuntumi has really suffered in the hands of Ghanaians and Iyoko. Let's look back at things he said that's going to make your day. And he said a lot of things prior to the 2024 elections. Another one too, Ifya Schwarzenegger jubilate over Wuntumi's Iyoko arrest. But trust you, we will be there today to monitor events and see.
And the funny one I've just seen right now by Kali J, there's a picture of Wuntumi and the president, Chandramani Mahama. So they say Wuntumi, and under the president's picture is me to me.
Over to me. Over to me. Anyway, so that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Wuntumi. Just an interesting one. But today, like I indicated, we will definitely take our cameras there to Iyoko and find out from the party whether they've been able to meet the bail conditions for Wuntumi. But before we go to another one, there is this interesting one coming in. Brian Champon is trending. He's in the trends because Brian Champon has formed exploratory committee ahead of the MPP flag bearer bid. You know, he's shown his head that he's going to contest the MPP flag bearer bid ahead of the 2028 election. Should he win and become the flag bearer for the New Patriotic Party, you're going to see his head on the ballot paper. Let me put it that way. So, the former Minister for Food and Agriculture and current Member of Parliament for Abetivi, Dr. Brian Champon, has announced the formation of an exploratory committee to assess the viability of a presidential bid within the New Patriotic Party. In a statement issued on Thursday, May 29, Dr. Champon said the decision follows growing encouragement from a broad spectrum of the party faithful and extensive consultation with family and well-wishers. So the grassroots is saying, boss, go.
We actually have some tweets
president.
on that. Lee Ajua says, finally, Brian Champon is stepping up. This is the kind of leadership Ghana has been waiting for. The streets are ready. The base is ready. The best man for the job. And we have another one. I think it's the same tweets. From the whole group.
So that's what is happening in the camp of Brian Champon. But before we go to the next two, you tease me. Ghana, Niger.
Oh.
Ghana, Niger. Yesterday we were hoping that Ghana would do its thing, but at the end of the day,
you told me we will come back here for you to tell me that you will win.
Of course, we actually, because we are going to World Cup, you are not. So we actually thought that.
But we are going to AFCON. Are you going?
But
so it's 1-1.
AFCON is Africa, ours is world.
Excuse me, do you know how big AFCON is now? Like, do you know the popularity?
So yesterday, the Black Stars couldn't.
Well, it was a nice game.
It was a nice.
It was a very nice game. They played well. Both teams played well.
The Black Stars couldn't handle the Super Eagles. That's Super Eagles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they couldn't handle the Super Eagles, and it's just so sad that we actually thought that the Black Stars, they were going to do their thing yesterday, but it just didn't happen. So some tweets on that. Tariq Lamte came through with smiles and good vibes. I don't know whether he came. I think it was at a camp yesterday before the match. Then the first Black Star section booked for Caleb Irenchi. I think in this particular match, there were new faces in there. Antoine Semenyo also paid a visit to the squad ahead of the game yesterday. But at the end of the day, Chris Carter's Super Eagles.
Oh my God.
Did what they were supposed to do.
You see, today I'm just calm.
Yeah,
and you are in green.
Really. And you are in green.
Yeah.
You are in
because
green.
the land is green.
Yeah. But you've done well.
Yeah.
You've done well. So that's it for it. But Chelsea is also trending.
Yes.
Chelsea and also that Conference League thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Conference League. They met Real Betis yesterday. Yesterday. And they lashed them 4-1. Yeah. Chelsea really did well yesterday. So these are the things and the trends from Dr. Sansadali to the Wuntumi one, and we have Brian Champon, we have Ghana Niger game, and also Chelsea winning that particular match yesterday. But let's check out the video of the day.
Pew. Boss. Pew. Pew. Pew.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, please.
Pew.
Babe, my birthday is.
Pew. How are you?
I'm not fine.
Pew.
We need to talk.
Pew. Boss. Pew. Pew. Pew.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, please.
Pew.
Babe, my birthday is.
Pew. How are you?
I'm not fine.
Pew.
We need to talk.
Pew.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's how it should be. If you want to run away from incurring a lot of costs during the day, you should learn how to do pew. Yeah, because if certainly you're not learning that, you're going to spend a lot. So I'm sure it's a way to just run away from expenditure during the day, and this is what we just want to put smiles on your face. But I don't think it's always you have to pew. Sometimes you have to give a lending hand.
For someone like me that has always been given a lending hand, I have to pew because if I don't pew, I fit die. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this segment of the whole show. But now it's time for us to get into some music. Let us start up the day with some cool music before we get into our communities. Or else, if we don't, we might just have to pew.
Enjoy.
What's up? I go by the name This Kid, all the way from Ketu, UCC. Oh yeah, oh yeah, Nobody be like you, girl. I like your style. See, got me wanting, baby, more this while. Don't make me your ex-boyfriend, cause I cannot stand your smile. Yeah, oh yeah, your smile. Yeah, baby, yeah, your smile. I am losing control. I want to take you to my home. Oh yeah, I know I'm alone. Yeah, I'm alone. I am losing control. I want to take you to my home. Oh yeah, I know I'm alone. Yeah, I'm alone. Oh, yeah, girl, I want you love, yeah. I pray for you. Your touch and your love with your beautiful face got me thinking like I'm in a daze. Baby, my love been delayed. I see your voice and a touch with a beautiful face. Never will I ever give you space. Baby, my love been delayed. Yeah, and so I cry every day and I cry every night. For your love, baby girl, I go fight. I know you miss me, yeah, you don't lie. I know you miss me. See, I am losing control. I want to take you to my home. Oh yeah, I know I'm alone. Yeah, I'm alone. Yeah. See, I am losing control. I want to take. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know I'm alone. Oh yeah, girl, What's up, everybody? Yeah, this is this kid. Let's go. Oh, eh. Oh, eh. See you feeling me too. Oh, gosh, she day, okay. In the bed, baby girl, they play. See, at the right time, she go there. The right time, she go there. No matter what, we go there, okay. See, right here, magic pay. Yeah, right here, magic pay. Anything, girl, you want, I go pay. Yeah, see, no matter what them go say, I no go hate you. But I mean, change you, Brahman, about to. Fine, girl, your body be the mirror, see through. Fine, girl, your body be the mirror, see through. No matter what them go say, I no go hate you. But I mean, change you, Brahman, about to. Fine, girl, your body be the mirror, see through. Fine, girl, your body be the mirror, see through. No, where's one, the tata, me, say me, Gigi, this so. Eh, I see me, Gigi, this so. Mama me Gigi ni so what? Oh, where's one, the tata me say me Gigi ni so. I see me Gigi ni so. Mama me Gigi ni so. She call me 247. She never did stop calling. See, no matter the weather, my baby go still call me 11. Hey, Otobenye, Otobenye. Why do cranny na mambe my embe? See, and I will give you all my love, baby. Otimasi, I am in Kumi lady. Ni Siri and any feve me brony. Yeah, see, girl, I no go lie. Girl, your body fine. Yeah, why you make her cry? Oh, yeah. Girl, your body fine, no. Why you make her cry? Oh, my mama, many swasan. See now what they contemplate. If you know they make her they concentrate. Spoiling my heart and then contaminate all my heart and my soul. We go deep fornicate. See, I go tolerate all the action she show me. I go elevate. If you know they like it, we go celebrate. Fight for your love like a pigeon Ketu. Yeah, I get it fine girl when she says she loves me. She wanna run down just like an Olympic. My baby fine girl, she's so pretty. Bad girl, oh no, she's so freaky. I get it fine girl when she loves me. Me don't know Tina what Citi me. Oh my miss one, my mini swasan. Yeah, no they contemplate. If you know they make her they concentrate. Spoiling my heart and then contaminate all my heart and my soul. We go the fornicate. See, I go tolerate all the action she show me. I go elevate. If you know they like me, we go celebrate. Fight for your love like a pigeon Ketu. Listen, all the mansions, yeah. Me swama me niafa, uko me swama me ni swasa. Oh all the mansions, yeah. Unu bi panche mi yansa, uko me swama me ni swasa. Big ups to Jehovah wherever you are. Yeah, call, pull up. What's up? To my boss, Abiwaba, I see you. Bible. See, I'm taking love pills overdose. Yeah, baby say she really wanna go. Yeah, shawty, you know I'm home alone. Yeah, I'm trying to reach all your phone. Yeah, she never go they come zone. Yeah, I'm just trying to know what I did wrong. Odo kwine, would you call my way? Odo kwine, baby, call my way. Would you call my way? Yeah, would you call my way? Odo kwine, baby, call my way. Would you call my way? I've been she dey get my time. She dey get my time. And so she say she go come make her lay my white bed sheet. Me no one touch am what a clean sheet. Other me chanting me back no shit. Yeah, it run now. And so she say she go come make her lay my white bed sheet. Me no one touch am what a clean sheet. Yeah, other me chanting me back no shit. I've been oh yeah. love, yeah. See, I've been would you come my way? Oh, don't mind, baby, come my way. Would you come my way? Would you come my way? Yeah, oh yeah. Would you come my way? Would you come my way? Oh, don't mind, baby, come my way. Would you come my way? Would you come my way? Baby got the steez, baby got composure. Bad girl, would you come closer? Baby, would you dare with my lover? Eh? Yeah, with my lover. Steez, oh yeah, with your lover. Baby girl, would you closer? Yeah, come closer. Eh? Oh, yeah. Would you come my way? Baby, come my. Would you come my way? Would you come my? Alright, this goes by the name Sounds. What's up? Na 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 na, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, no, no, yeah. Oh, oh, yeah. Boy, it out with baby. Girl, you know me, I want tap that. Send me streaks on Snapchat. Baby said she really want it fast, fast. Oh my damn, she said she I want it fast, fast. Let me shoot my shot in you, girl. Scream me die on next girl. Oh yeah. Boy, it's out wet, baby. And so she say she want nobody, nobody. Let me shake it, your body tonight. I'm feeling honey. I'm feeling honey. Yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, you're giving me sounds. Baby, I want it. Baby, I want it. Baby, I want it. Yeah, 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 yeah. See, I'm in a bed sleeping on the asset. We are in the room light out, oh damn baby girl, see you play my cassette. See you play my cassette. Neighbors are hearing voices. Nobody there, see I'm giving her spices. Oh, I'm giving her spices. Neighbors are hearing voices. Oh yeah, nobody there, see I'm giving her spices. Oh, I'm giving her spices. Oh, yeah. Girl, it is your love, we will kill it person. Girl, it is your love, we will kill it person. Girl, it is your love, nigga. Girl, your love, nigga. Girl, your love, nigga. Kill it person. Girl, it is your love, we will kill it person. We will kill it person. Girl, your love, nigga. Kill it person. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. Baby, you giving me sounds. Baby, I want it. Baby, I want it. Baby, I want it. Yeah, 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 yeah. See, what's up? I go by the name this kid.
Chris. Hi, this kid. How are you?
I'm fine by God's grace.
Why this kid?
I chose the name because I wanted people to be like, so this is the kid everybody's talking about. Okay, then yeah, that's why I chose.
All right, so this is the kid everybody's talking about.
This is the kid everybody's talking about.
Right. So how old are you?
21.
21.
Yeah.
Wow. And how long has it been in your mind that look, I want to do music?
Okay, I started when I was 10, class 4. Yeah.
10.
Yeah. 10 years.
10. What did you know at 10?
I love music so much, so I was like, yeah, let me try and do music and see. That is when I got to know that, no, it's my thing. So,
it's your thing.
Yeah.
So at the age of 10, you didn't want to do any other thing. You didn't want to say, you didn't ever say, oh, like, I want to be a doctor. I want to be a teacher. I want to be, you know, like what everybody says.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to be a doctor.
Oh, everybody wants to be a doctor.
Yeah, but then I switched. Yeah,
you switched?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened? What actually caused you to switch?
Okay, so as I said, when I got to know that music was my talent, I was like, no, the love I have for music, then let me just become a musician.
Right.
Yeah.
And what do your parents actually think about this?
Oh yeah, they are in support of everything I'm doing.
They're in support?
Yeah.
That's good. So do you think they would have been in support if, say, we were like in 1990s? Or it's now because they've seen people like Whiskey, the Stone Boys, and, you know, the Davidos?
Yeah.
They're like now in support?
Yeah, but in the 90s, I'm not sure because
yeah,
that time you see.
Yeah, so basically they're in support because you think they're seeing other people actually making you know waves.
And my parents knows I like music a lot, so they had to let it go.
Okay, they had to let it go. That's good. That's good. That's good. It's nice for your parents to actually support your dreams. But how long have you been doing it professionally for?
Let me say a year.
A year. Yeah. And how has it been? Has it been easy?
Oh, it's not easy though. Still, we are in the process, but then God's grace will pass through. Yeah, and I can see changes as compared to some time ago. I'm now improving a lot.
Right.
A lot. Yeah.
Right.
And all thanks to my boss, Agri.
Oh, your boss, as in, is he your producer at the same
manager,
time? He's your manager. Right. Right. So does he actually help in your writing process?
He coaches me sometimes. Whenever we are in the studio, he'll be like, oh, nah, don't put this one here, put this one here.
Right.
And I like it.
Yeah, because you actually said some words while singing. And I was like, this kid, those are adult words. Well, you're 20, so you're an adult. So yeah. What goes into your writing process? Like, what do you think about before writing?
I use my mom.
Your mood?
My mom.
Your mom?
Yeah, and sometimes to my mood. It depends on the mood I am. Yeah. Let's say.
So are you in love?
Kinda, but I don't know.
You're 20. Do you have a girlfriend?
No, oh, come on now. I'm 21.
You're 21? Yeah, but you're writing songs for boyfriends and girlfriends.
Maybe. It could be like, maybe I'm having a girlfriend.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's all part of the game. So.
Right. It's all part of the game.
Yeah.
But you don't have a girlfriend?
I don't know.
You don't want to say because probably you have so many girls on the dial right now, so you cannot choose one.
Not like I have plenty girls, but I don't know.
All right. Anyway, how many songs do you have?
I have like, let me see, 5.
5 songs?
Yeah.
And
4 to 5.
4 to 5. Yeah. And how many are out there?
Oh, out there, 4 to 5. 4 to 5. But I have a lot of songs.
Okay. And how are people receiving it?
Oh, they are jamming to it.
They are jamming to it.
Especially the university I'm inside, UCC.
UCC.
Yeah, people jam to my songs and stuff.
Yeah, you actually have a good voice, if you haven't been told. Oh, yeah, you have a good voice, and you know how to tune in, like you have auto-tune in your voice sometimes, but it's great. It's beautiful.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You appreciate it.
They used to tell me. So.
Oh, they tell you? Yeah. That's nice. That's sweet. Anyway, how can people reach out to you? And your pianist is also young.
Yeah.
Are you also the same age? Okay. You're younger? Oh. So I like it. I like the fact that you guys are all growing together.
He's my producer too.
Don't forget him. Yeah. Never forget him when you get up there. Yeah. It's nice that you're growing together. Well done. Well done. Keep supporting yourselves. Don't forget him. Sure. I know what I'm saying. So when you guys grow, you guys change. Sure. Anyway, how can people reach out to you?
Okay, so I'm on all social media platforms as thiskid_.
Thiskid_.
Yeah, and my streaming platforms to Thiskid.
Thiskid.
Yes,
yeah. So Thiskid, we love your music. And we hope to see you do great, okay? All right, so Thiskid, any albums or EP or something coming out?
Yeah, working on an EP with my management, so
right.
For sure.
Right. All right, so you've heard it. He's working on his EP with his management. Keep it tight with him because this kid is actually really good. So if you love what you heard, if you think this kid has a great voice and has potential of becoming something big, go out there and support his music on all streaming platforms, Thiskid, and follow him on social media to follow his growth, Thiskid_. And yeah, that's it. Thiskid, thank you so much for coming through.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And be a good boy. I can still talk to you like that because you're this kid.
Yeah, I'm still...
Until you become this man.
Sorry.
All right, guys, so that's it from this kid. Let's take a quick break, and then we have so much more for you. In fact, there's going to be a quick interview that we'll be having right now, and then after that, we'll be delving into our university, into our communities, because the whole talk is about universities, so you don't want to miss that. So sit back and relax and enjoy.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 Citi FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
Blasters efitomo. Oto ado ebo motain.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut.
How Zebaut there?
Zebaut won Chaboke Walako.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 Citi FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Minke man bi moni nyo Kofi Adam no mai kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe won sha ko ba club fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo she. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Many thanks for still staying with us here on Channel 1 TV Breakfast Daily. Let's talk about something interesting in the Ashesi University space. It has to do with Ashesi MBA. And studio are two gentlemen to have a conversation with me on that. We have Dr. Eden Noel, who is the clinical associate professor with Gears College of Business, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Is that it?
Yes, that's Geese.
Thank you so
Geese
much.
College of Business.
The Geese College. Okay, good.
It's not spelled like geese, but it's pronounced geese.
Geese. Okay, good. And also we have Dr. Disraeli Asante Dako, Business Strategist Consultant and Associate Professor, Ashesi University Business Administration Department. Once again, you're welcome to the show. First of all, I'll start with you. Ashesi MBA, what is it about?
Well, so the Ashesi MBA is a general MBA program. It's a 2-year rigorous program that introduces students using the case study pedagogy, the Socratic method, and the problem-based learning. What we're doing on that MBA program is to build up leaders, looking at them from a leadership component, an entrepreneurial perspective, and as well as an ethical component, which is very essential to the Ashesi education. So centrally, we invite leaders that are looking at having a general overview of what business education looks like. So on that program, you have your marketing, you have your cross-border business, you have your supply chain operations, you have your entrepreneurial component, and then what we are known for, leadership, as part of that program. So it's a general MBA that's looking at educating and transforming
Beautiful.
leadership education.
Beautiful. Dr. Hayden, why this program? Because we would have a lot of master's program and all that, but why this particular one?
One of the things that brought me here was the emphasis on ethical leadership and training leaders who are able to adapt to a changing world. So that really, I was really motivated to come here when I read about Ashesi and heard about what they were doing, especially in the continent, talking about developing ethical leaders. I think it's critical.
But you being on, I'm sure you're going to lecture?
Yes.
And what are some of the things you'll be looking at in this space?
One of the things that I believe is critical is using case-based learning. You know, the World Economic Forum has a stat. They say 40% of the skills professionals learn today are not going to be useful 5 years from now.
Okay.
So you have to train leaders who adapt, train leaders who are able to deal with change. And that's where the case-based learning comes in. We're driving here today, and my first time in Ghana, on Ghanaian roads.
Then you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And one of the things that amazed me is it's sort of like organized chaos, right? People cut in front of you when they... And I think of case-based learning as learning to drive on the streets versus learning to drive on a test track. Imagine if you learn to drive on a test track and then when you get your license, you suddenly are thrust on the streets of Ghana. The amount of accidents you'd get into would be phenomenal. So with case-based learning, we are teaching these leaders and training them in a real-world situation on the street with the chaos, with the change, being able to adapt to ever-changing situations.
Okay.
So case-based learning is very important.
Very
and that's
important.
one of the focal points of our program.
Wow. And Disraeli, right? This program, how many years is it going to take for an individual to go through the process? And is it tailored to a particular group of people?
So the program is for 2 years. It's structured on a modular basis. And what we mean by a modular basis is that every module or every course on the program takes 4 weeks.
Okay.
It's a 4-week weekend program. And in terms of who can come on the program, we are looking at anyone that aspires to grow their business, anyone that's currently in mid to senior leadership that hopes to broaden their mindset on what business and leadership should look like, and anyone who is looking at transforming Africa through business and business education. So we are looking at a vast range of people that can actually join on this program.
Oh, that's beautiful. So with you, Dr. Edi, do you think that people who are in leadership position or people working now in a way can go astray as to having knowledge and the practicality of what you are supposed to implement in their various fields? With this particular MBA you are bringing on, do you think that looking at what people do in their offices one way or the other, they could move away from the ideal ways of doing things in their offices, for which we are bringing this particular MBA program on?
Well, I'll go back again to case-based learning. You know, a lot of institutions teach theory.
Okay.
They teach you how to do analysis and so on. They teach you very well about analytical thinking. But at Ashesi, especially now, we're moving away from that. We're trying to develop what's known as practical intelligence. The ability to take these theories that you learn in the classroom and applying it in multiple contexts. So if you're used to doing something a certain way, when you're learning through the case method, you're actually faced with multiple contexts across different classes, and you're able to adapt, change, and apply the theory in real-world situations. If you pair that with what Ashesi is doing as well, with its deep industry engagement, you're involving students with mentorships, you're involving them in job shadowing and so on. You help develop more practical intelligence. And those are the people the leaders who are able to adapt and change 5 years from now. So you're not teaching them a set of skills, you're teaching them how to analyze, how to change, how to adapt to ever-changing situations. And that's the kind of leader we would need moving forward on the continent, and I dare say the world.
Well, one will argue that I've been in leadership for a very long time and I'm working. Why do I need to come back to class and come and learn about the practicality of things that I'm doing now?
Well, you're learning new ways of looking at things. The thing is, a successful leader, and I talked about this, I talk about this with my students. A successful leader isn't one who does the same thing the same way all the time, right? When I worked in advertising, I worked at a company called Bozell Jacobs Kenyon Eckhart. And when I went in, we worked on the Milk Mustache campaign, Got Milk. When I went in, I said, well, how should we run this? He said, oh, run 4 ads on TV, 2 newspaper ads and 1 radio ad. I said, why? Oh, that's what we've always done. It's worked. But if you keep on doing that, you don't know why it works and how to make it work better, then you'll be stuck at this level all the time. I wanted to ramp up that campaign and take it here. So if you say, well, I'm doing this way and it works, and you don't understand the whys, then you will never really improve. And we want our students to be able to take whatever they're doing on their job and do it even better. That's why I left and did my PhD. I wanted to understand the whys. We keep on doing things by rules of thumb all the time. It's worked this way. If you understand the underlying reasons why and you're able to take that and then adapt and change with it, you're able to contribute even better to your company, or dare I say it, to another when you leave.
Wow, beautiful. For you, Disraeli, I think that doing this could be done in any other institution. Why should I come to Ashesi University and come and get an MBA?
Ashesi is actually a place to be, as you already know. 23 years down the road, we've actually been known for excellence in undergraduate education. Our students and alumni are actually all over the place doing great things, not just in Ghana, across the continent, Europe, in America, everywhere. I'm sure you're one of those that actually would want or had the opportunity to be in Ashesi.
Of course, yeah. I had a colleague of mine way back in secondary school. He got access to Ashesi University, and I know that Ashesi University, when you are done, like the practicality, I know one student too from your outfit, when she completed, she's now into the sale of plantain chips, practicalizing whatever she's learned. So I know that Ashesi really, but why will I have to do MBA in Ashesi University? I can do it in any other institution.
So based on these successes you've actually seen within these undergraduates, we're actually elevating it a step further, right, at the graduate level. Now, we are looking at the people that are making the decisions, not the people we are introducing at the first layer of business. So what our undergraduates were doing was entering into the business setup and helping change the operational structures of businesses. Now we are targeting the next leaders, the people actually running these organizations, or the people that are moving into leadership of these organizations, and inculcating in them the Ashesi ethics, the Ashesi way of doing things, the Ashesi way of learning, the Ashesi entrepreneurial thinking, the Ashesi leadership style, which your friend that you so talk about actually makes you want to be part of that family. Exactly. Yeah. So at the graduate level now, what we are doing is that the successes you've seen over 23 years at Ashesi, all the learnings we have actually cultivated from these 23 years, and the gaps we have actually seen in leadership structure on the continent and in the country, is why we have developed this MBA program. This MBA program is actually looking at the global context, the local relevance of the global context, and then what we can do across the continent. Bear in mind that we are here to transform the continent.
Beautiful.
And that's why you actually meet.
Beautiful. So you want to add something?
I also want to add something. When I talk about the need for ethical leadership, and I mentioned the continent, we realize based on things in other countries that ethical leadership is needed all around the world, right? There are some people who and it's not just in the continent of Africa where people go into leadership and enrich themselves. It's happening right now in other countries as we speak. So you need ethical leadership throughout, in business, political of course, but in business especially. And Disraeli told me something this morning that I was amazed at. Students do exams and there are no invigilators. That would be unheard of in other areas, but you're teaching students about accountability and ethical responsibility. And that, to me, is the type of leader we need. I was amazed. And I really, really am happy to be part of this experience.
Beautiful. But Disraeli, before we go, share with us how an individual can reach out to your outfit and know more about this before he or she applies.
So visit us at www.ashesi.edu.gh. Go to the program section, go to the graduate section, click on the MBA. Every information you need on how to apply, everything is on the website.
Beautiful. So you should make sure that you apply the Ashesi MBA and in studio as Dr. Disraeli Asante Darko, who is business strategist. a consultant and associate professor with Ashesi University Business Administration Department, and also Dr. Hayden Noel, who is an associate professor with the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Make sure that you're part of this program and try and learn more. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
While we continue with the program, you know that we are supposed to visit our communities and bring you what is happening there. Today, we are focusing again in the Volta region. We are taking you to Kovvenu community in the Volta region. Their issue is the demand for potable water. Let's bring you this report.
For years, residents in Kovvenu have drawn water from open streams and ponds, natural sources that are now heavily polluted by livestock activities. In the absence of a safer alternative, residents are left with no option but to use the same muddy water for drinking, cooking, bathing, and washing. The stagnant water, often discolored and filled with animal waste, poses a significant risk of waterborne diseases such as cholera, typhoid, and diarrhea. When Channel 1 News got to the community, women and children as young as 5 were seen fetching the contaminated water for their daily activities. The women told Channel 1 News they have no alternative than to rely on the contaminated water. Head of the Kovvenu community, Jacob Kudese, in an interview with Channel 1 News said the community had relied on this water for over 50 years. He said 2 boreholes were drilled in the community but produced saline water. According to him, residents now often suffer from typhoid fever and appeal to government and benevolent persons to help them get good drinking water.
The municipal water engineer came and took a sample of the water that he was sent to a lab and find whether it is good for consumption. Ever since, he has not got the result to us.
Students of Aveno Community Day Senior High School who reside in Kovvenu also face similar challenge, both in the school and also in the community. At home, students have to walk long distances to nearby communities to access good water for their upkeep. At school, water does not flow through their taps, affecting practical lessons. Some of the students spoke on the issue.
It's not easy for us to get water in our community because the water that is there is not good for our health. It's not good for washing our uniform. As you can see, I'm wearing white on top. We don't have clean water to wash it.
The water is very polluted. Even we share the same water with animals such as cow. It is very difficult for us to fetch water from that dam.
When school closed, a parent who resides in Akachi was seen bringing water to Kovvenu. He spoke to Channel 1 News.
Second school afia and can you forgive Kakla? Kanyama Chu Kujivi, Tamava, the Viala School afia, Chinyanya Kuhila Fiata, and Namanyaba, Achinu.
The community has made several formal and informal appeals to the Akachi South Municipal Assembly and the Ghana Water Company to be connected to the national water grid, but their calls have gone unanswered.
So Kovvenu. I really don't know where Kovvenu is in the Volta region. We'll be engaging the authorities that begin. We'll be putting on the questions to them. Access to potable water is the problem, because if you see where they draw their water from, you can really tell that this, and I keep saying, it's not
healthy.
It's not healthy.
It's not fair.
I keep saying, if not for this show, I didn't know that Ghana we really had a lot of problems. I really didn't know that we had a lot of problems, and people will actually think that Ghana is Accra.
Yes, that's the problem.
Yeah.
A lot of people think Ghana is Accra, but it goes beyond.
It goes beyond.
Oh my God! Just look at the water. It looks like mud.
And the question is, when they bring the water home, do they get it treated?
No, not everybody can actually afford to treat their water. The highest they can do in these areas, what they usually do, like the last report we had from this area too, I think they use alum.
Yes.
Yes, alum, and that's it. But is it enough?
Question.
Yes, is alum enough? And how much alum is even enough to clean a whole basin of water.
It's just sad. It's just, and they would fetch this, walk distances to their homes before they will use it, or walk from their home to wherever the say stream is or river body is or water body is to fetch this.
And they share it with cattle
Yeah.
rearers and the cattle and all that. So this water definitely should be contaminated. Nobody even needs to tell you that this water, it's not great for consumption. But what can they do? At the end of the day, they
This is the
still
only
need
water they
Yeah.
have, so they have nothing to fall on but to fall on this. And like we keep saying, basic necessities for communities that are far away from the capital should be provided. We've seen a polytank. I'm sure that if we go into details, we will get to know that this polytank was actually provided by maybe benevolent individuals and not the government. Desmond Agoselase is a man in the Volta Regional correspondent. He went there to file this report. He's joining us live. Desmond, good morning.
Good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
Yes, please. How about you?
Let us understand, where is Kovvenu located in the Volta region?
So Kovvenu is in the Ashesi south, the Volta region. It's some 20 minutes ride from Abo, which is the Ketu constituency or the Ketu municipality. This community is about a little over 200 people who live in the community. Most of the people in the community have actually left because of the water issue. This community has been suffering from this water issue for a very, very long time. I spoke to one elderly man who is over 70 years, and he said that was the water they depend on even before he was born. Because when he was born, that was the only water he came to meet. And even till now that he's retired and back home, that's what he's so dependent on. So you can see that these people have been suffering this water issue for a very long time. They, according to the report, they spoke to the assembly and Ghana Water, and they came to dig a borehole for them. A borehole was drilled for them, but unfortunately, the borehole was salty. The water from the borehole was very salty, and it stinks also. So they were not able to even mechanize it. This is a drilling. When they tested the water, because it was salty, they ended the process there. Another borehole was dug again. The same result emerged. So for now, they are still depending on that dam water, or the water from the dam, which is very, very muddy. They have to share it with the cattle, and also in the water you see sometimes you see even snakes in the water.
Wow.
And this is the same water these people depend on. Some 4 years ago, we did a story on that. 5 years ago, we did the same story. We went to the community, and then after municipal chief executive Nelson, one Mr. Nelson said they were going to dig another borehole. So that was the second borehole dug for them. And since then, extension of water from the Ghana has not been possible. So these people have to travel from Kovvenu to Avenofedo to buy water every day. That's even for those who are even fortunate to have some money on them and go to Avenofedo to buy water. They'll have to use either tricycle or motorbike to bring water to the community. Mind you, there's a day senior high school also in the community, just some 5 minutes walk from the community. And we have students living in this community who also depend on the water. Also in the school, there's no water in the school, so almost all the activities have to depend on the water from the dam, which is very bad. And I met parents of one of the students who told me he was coming from Ashesi, and you can see he was holding some sachet of bags of water to the daughter. And this tells you how bad the situation is, how parents will even have to bring water from afar to the community just for their work to use for their daily activities. For now, I'm not able to get the new MC, but what a leader in the community told me is when they contacted him, he said, next year before they'll be able to put their water situation in the budget they withdraw. For now, they are still depending on that.
Okay, Desmond, so I want to find out from you, the water, when these residents go in for it, take it home, do they treat it of a sort before using it for their activities, say cooking, drinking, or whatever they have to use it for?
Yes, so you have to use Allah to let this settle at the bottom for the distill it. Some cook it or some boil the water before using it to cook. And after cooking with the water, they have to consume everything at a go or that very day. Else the next day it will turn black. The food turns black just because of the salty content of the water. Even that at the dam is still salty, but they still have to depend on it because that's the only source they have. Those who don't have alarm or any other source or means of distilling the water just have to use the normal distillation process. After that, they boil the water and use for their cooking or whatever they want to do with the water. And you can see children as little as 5 also going to the dam to fetch water. So this tells you the situation has been very bad for a long time, and they are just calling for help to ensure that the water issue is put to a stop.
Right. So Desmond, clearly, just looking at the footage, we can see how unhealthy this is. But I would like to know, have there been any issues of, say, waterborne diseases and also some medical crisis in those areas?
So the leader of the community told me for some time now, residents have been suffering from typhoid fever, and there's a nearby community where there's a chip compound, so residents have to visit there almost every month. You see some residents from the community going to the chip compound to seek treatment. Aside the typhoid, I'm not too sure of what other diseases they get out of the drinking of the water. But now that we don't have guinea worm, the leader of the community says previously they used to suffer from guinea worm, but for now guinea worm is eradicated, so they don't suffer from guinea worm, except for the typhoid that you see people go to the health centers to seek treatment.
Well, so this is say it's at Akachi South, right?
Yes, Akachi South.
MP is Bernard Ahiafo.
Exactly.
First Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Have you tried talking to him?
We've not been able to get in touch with him for now, but when I do get in touch with him, I'll bring you updates on that.
Aside him, have you tried getting in touch with the other authorities? I think you said it in your earlier statement, but are there measures they are putting in place to get this resolved?
For now, the MC is one of the best.
Come again with that. I didn't get that. We are losing you. If you can position yourself well, then we can have a conversation on that. You were saying that you were saying that you've had an engagement with some of the authorities. If you can share with us which of them and what they've been telling you.
So one of the community leaders, they spoke to the MC, as I said earlier, but according to the new MC, they have to wait until next year when they are planning before they are issued started into the river. So for now, they are still relying on the water from the dam and also buying water from other sources.
Oh, wow. I'm speechless. I just don't know what more to ask you, because if the authorities are saying that they are going to have a conversation with it, they are going to do it next year.
And wait till next year.
We've not had a conversation with the member of parliament for the area, Bernard Ahiafo, and he also stated that this this has been there for a very long time. I don't really know. What is really the occupation of the dwellers there?
Mostly farmers. It's farming community. So majority of the people in the area are farmers. Except for people of the community, that places like Citi, above or even Accra, that are not into farming. Almost 90% or 100% of the people are farmers.
So, do you know the percentage of the residents who can actually afford buying water from the neighboring community?
These people are peasant farmers. You can just imagine the number of people who will be able to get water out of the proceeds when they sell their goods at the market. These people don't really have much. So, and from the report, you can even the smallest amount going to the dam water. So this draws the conclusion that only few may be able to get water from neighboring communities. And as indicated in the report also, even students in the near community who are in this school are not even able to get water from the nearby communities. Hence, you have to depend on their parents from far to bring them water. So I can say not much of them are able to get water from this nearby community. So these people have to depend on the water.
Right.
Well, that's one. Thank you so much for your time. Keep monitoring events for us there, Kovvenu, and let's know what the authorities will do about this. Because if this is their only source of water, and I think Desmond made mention of something which is very worrying, that if they take the water home and they don't treat it and they cook with it, the next day the food turns black.
No, the water turns black if they don't use all.
If they don't, you don't use all.
So you have to use all. So that means if you don't use all for that day, you have to pour what is left. That means you have to go every day.
Impurities in the water.
Yes, so that means every day you have to go and fetch water. So you can't even just keep the water. Every day. Even, see, let me tell you something. Even when you're working out, you're trying to attain a goal in workout, they tell you to rest. They tell you to take some days off. So you have to go every day. So there's no rest for the body.
So you can't store the water.
You cannot store the water.
But I think, I was seeing another clean water.
For those who can afford the real cleaning, whatever, those people can actually keep it. But those who can't afford it, they have to use everything that day. And still go the next day.
For benevolent people, maybe you don't have to go there.
And the water is salty, like you said.
It's salty. But another concern that most people raise, or NGOs who go in there to help communities that do not have water, is that when there is some sort of payment to be made, or anytime it's rainy season, they don't get the dwellers coming around to fetch the water that they have provided, by way of running away from whatever amount of money they'll have to pay. But I think this should be taken up by an organization, corporate social responsibility. That is why we have all of you in there doing businesses, and all the prominent organizations just move into Kovvenu. If Bernard Ahiafo, who is the member of parliament for the area, is overwhelmed, like my producers indicated, is that trying to have a conversation with him has been difficult. I think that something should be done about it, like as soon as possible, ASAP, so that if what these people are drinking, they've been drinking for a very long time, should be a thing of the past. I really don't know what much to say about it, but the long and short of the issue is that water must be provided. It's a basic need. Like, it's a basic need.
Yeah. And you know, I like the fact that you said it has to be like a corporate social responsibility kind of thing for companies. I think now that everybody has realized that, oh, Volta region is some sort of gem and all that, and there might be some sort of investment and interest from different companies to get into the Volta region. So if you're going into the Volta region for maybe the tourism industry, you should also look at, while I gain something out of it, I need to give back to the community.
Yeah.
I need to help the people, not just come and gain and gain and gain. Because in recent times, Volta region has been on the trends on social media. Everybody's talking about the hidden gem that it is. It's beautiful, it's this, it's good for tourism, it's good for that. Let's look into it, let's invest into it. So if you are a company or even an individual, a benevolent individual that is looking at doing business in that sector, especially when it comes to the tourism industry, I think you should also look at giving back to those people.
This is sad.
That you are going to be making money out of their area.
It's just sad. You can join us with your thoughts, submissions, and comment on 0204447033. Let's know what you think of what residents of Kovvenu are drinking. They are in dire need of potable water. We understand we have a resident of the area online. Hello.
Hello.
Your name, please.
My name is Emeka Klupa from Kovvenu.
Oh, you stay there?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about the problem. We have seen it on TV. Our reporter has been there. But since you are an indigene, let's know more.
With this water problem, it had been ages and decades. Our forefathers came to meet it, our fathers came to meet it, and we also came to meet it. It had been a perennial problem for us. We've been calling on the authorities from time to time, severally, but to no avail. We don't have any potable drinking water. All we have, the boreholes we dug are all salty, so you can't use it for anything. So even when you come to the community, you see that some of the boreholes have rusted because of the salty nature. So we've been trying our possible best to get authority, NGOs, people to come and help us, but to no avail. We call on the MP, the EC. So we decided that, some of us decided that we should contact some of your people, the journalists. So we contacted, that's about 5 years ago, when MPP government was in power, we contacted Omar Sanda, and then he gave us Benjamin Aklama's number. So he came there to run a story on it. We went out to the Volta regional minister, then Honorable Lecter, the Ghana water engineer came to the site, did the measurements, everything. Then he told me personally that they don't have money because they are owing the suppliers, so they can't get the price for us. So if we could get NGOs came, Rotary Club and the rest all came. They couldn't come, when they came to assess the cost and things, they said it was too much, they couldn't do it. Some of us called on the MP, the current first deputy speaker. He told us then that because the government was not in power, he didn't do anything, the DC couldn't do anything. So when I continue calling to plead with him to come to our aid, then it got to a point he has to block me because I was being disrespectful to him, a whole lot of things. And we gave our land to them to build the Kovvenu Aveno Senior High, the day school, with the hope that they could do the water and we could also go and borrow a little from there. That's one thing to know of it. So the school doesn't even have water, we don't have water. It is that dugout that when it rains, then it gathers inside, we go and pick it. Some of the people who don't have and help us. That is what we are facing. We've been pleading to no avail.
MFA, have they told you what the challenge really is? Because you made mention of the fact that though some boreholes have been dug, you have them or they are sport, they are not functioning. Yes. What exactly is the problem? Though those boreholes have been dug.
Yes, the salt content underground in the water is you can't use it. That is the problem. So recently we even had an engineer with some people who came to they were doing borehole for some communities, including ours. They commissioned orders when the reliability was too high and that they couldn't do, so they need to do a reverse osmosis. That's once you up to now, we couldn't hear anything, and it's also lying down there. So right now, our plea is to get either NGO or the government system. There is a community called Sesame beside us which have a pipe-borne water so that they could connect that one to us. But for our own, we can't use it for anything. It's a salty. That is the problem with it. We can't use it for anything.
Wow. Chris. Alpha, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure you've gone every length, or you've done everything possible within your power to get the issue resolved. The next thing is with the authorities to get it addressed and whatever they need to implement to be implemented. But in the interim, is there any plan to further push? Because now there's a new administration, you have new MC.
That's where the new administration, that's where we got to, we made Atinka came to do before your channel also came. We go to the DC, when the news got to the DC, we said, unfortunately, the budget they made this time, we are not part of it, so he's looking at probably the close of the year or next year. And for the MP, all he could say is that posterity will be the judge, and we don't know what posterity. So it's really speaking where I think, I wish I could get access to the president and tell him, I beg you, or get access to his brother to beg him and said he should come and do the water for us. All we are just calling on the authority. So I don't know how, but I wish they are listening to me. We, the people of Kovvenu, are on our knees and we are begging them to come to our aid. Other than that, the water we are using is not good and it's going to kill. And the students, some of the students who stay in the community are also using the same water because there is no water anywhere for them to use. So some of their parents are forced to come all the way from Makati, or some of them to come with a truck of pure water for their students. So we are begging them. That's all we are saying.
How many residents live in this area, or people are affected?
About 6,000.
How many?
6,000.
6,000?
Yes, because we have, the community is divided by a road, and we use the sun there to demarcate it. So we have Ayinyeme and Ayinjime. Ayinyeme is where the sun is white, so that's how we used to identify it. And then Ayinjime is where the sun is red. So before, apart from the Kovvenu, there are other small ones which are beside who also are part of it. We are about 6,000.
I'm sure there are teachers, there are nurses in your area. Do they also rely on this water? Because people are posted from other places to get to your area.
No, they do. But you see, with the teachers and the headmasters and the things, you all know how the country is. Because of fear of victimization, they are not willing to bring their face to come and talk. But they do. Because I know for the headmaster of the school, he has written several petitions for them to come and give the water, but to no avail. But they won't come on camera or anything to speak.
Amefa, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
We are grateful. At least you joined us. You've given us more details of what the issue is on the grounds at Kovvenu. The residents are just pleading with the authorities. They've done everything they can. This is a problem that has stayed with them for a very long time. Some engineering work could be done to see how best we can get them potable drinking water. It's not too much to ask for. It's just not too much to ask for, because what she said, it's obvious this is a community that has been there for a very long time.
Yeah.
We didn't just get it overnight, like people settling there. It's been there for a very long time. So if there is a way you can find a solution to this problem, just do, because she stated that the water they are getting from the borehole is salty. But I'm sure it can be treated.
Usually it is treated because I have had an experience where I moved into a house and there was a borehole, but the water out of it was very salty, and it probably cost that year. It cost around 10,000 Ghana cedis to fix it, but now I don't know how much it is. But I think that's the problem.
But
right
even
now.
if it's
nobody wants to take that cost.
Even if it's costing 50,000 Ghana cedis or 100,000,
nobody wants to take that cost.
It's not too much for benevolent individuals to do. It's not too much. I know people who would take about 20,000 or 40,000 to weekend, and they'll come and the money is finished.
Yes.
So if you do this for God and the country, and at the end of the day, the residents of Kovvenu will say, "Oh, Efo
Akpelo,
Odo, bless you.
Malmero.
Thank you." And they would, you even leave that community with a lot of food stuff because they are also farmers. You see, and you can even have a plug that indicates that you did it. It also helps you. So this is that we are doing. Government may not be able to hold or solve all the problems, but that's why we have the big institutions, corporate institutions. Please, you may want to take this in up. We are willing to cover you when you take it up, that you want to get the issue resolved. We will come there with our cameras and give you whatever you need by way of publicity. I'm saying this on the show because we wouldn't want the people of Kovvenu to be staying without water for a very long time. They may have kept it in them for a very long time.
Some have become used to it.
And you could tell how Mfa was passionately talking about it. She's tried involving journalists, spoken to the authorities, visited whichever place she needs to visit, everything they need to do by way of knowing people, and she being out there, she's been able to engage the public so that at least they'll get a solution to this problem. So if this new administration is taking up Bernard here for the Member of Parliament for the area, per what MFS said, you indicated that your government wasn't in power then. Now, your government is in power, please, at least. And you are in a very respectable position now. That is the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament. By the time you are leaving the House, that is Parliament, at least some problems that we have seen in your constituency, just try and resolve them, okay? It will help.
I said posterity will judge them. So, posterity will judge
it will judge, but we need water now. Today is like, I really don't want to go hard because I think we've had a solution with one of the big problems in the country. I'm excited. We will bring it to you on our show very soon. But please try and find a solution to this problem. That is the access to potable water for residents of Kovvenu.
All right, so there we have it.
Yeah.
So there we have it. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be, looking at more on the show. Don't go nowhere.
On Footprints, this Friday, Professor Kwesi Yanka continues his story about his academic journey, his writing ability as a public intellectual, and his stint with politics.
The pen at risk. Your memoirs.
Yes.
What's the central theme? What's the takeaway from this one?
Oh, you can still make it in life, even if you started from what many would consider as the wrong angle.
And my favorite, the missing pages of June 4th.
We wanted to do a special issue on June 4th. You won't believe it. We went through all the libraries in Ghana. We couldn't get a single newspaper on June 4th. In other words, graphic editions of Daily Graphic on June 4th.
They were missing.
They were missing. This book really shook him. Meeting Jerry Rawlings for the first time at Ridge, face to face, and I had scheduled the appointment, seeking to give him a copy of this. This thing racked lots of injuries, past injuries.
Yeah.
That were reopened by just giving him this book. He opened it page by page and page by page. And instead of the 15 minutes that I was anticipating between us, the meeting lasted more than 1.5 hours.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. with a repeat on Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
from social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters. Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy-Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. Right now we are about to get into a conversation, and this conversation is around the National Partners Dialogue. So MEST is in quest to fulfill its vision to ensure sustainable development of environment, science, and technology in Ghana. So that's why it's come to organize the National Partners Dialogue to bring stakeholders together for a national conversation. So let's find out what this is all about. So in the studio with me is Mr. Cephas Mensah, who's the Director, Research, Statistics, and Information Management at the Directorate and Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and also Mr. Christopher Latte, who's the head of Ghana Innovation and Research Commercialization Center at the Ministry of Environment. You're welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing?
We are doing very well. Yourself?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
All right, so let's get straight into it. What is the National Partners Dialogue all about?
So thank you very much. The National Partners Dialogue is one of the events that has been earmarked in fulfillment of the Biennial Environment, Science and Technology Forum. Mm-hmm. This was as a vision of the minister when he assumed office, following his formalizing visits to quite a number of our agencies. Mm-hmm. You know, for MEST, that's the Ministry of Environment, right, Science and Technology, most of our agencies, their work is to research and innovate. Right. So when he went around, he realized that there's a need to look at how best we bring stakeholders together to be able to look at how do we bridge the gap between research, academia, industry, and even the policy, research, academia link, in order to be able to enhance the way we look at sustainable environmental and science management. So the Partners Forum is an event that predates the very main event that will be here somewhere in August, so that we can look at, we bring the innovators, we bring the academia, we bring research together. So that's basically about the Partners Forum. Right. So how does this dialogue actually tie into the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology's broader vision for sustainable development in Ghana?
All right. So this dialogue is sort of a coordination. You know, the ministry, as a ministry, one of our key roles that we play is to bring all partners together to coordinate in order to achieve our visions. So this Partners Dialogue is a coordination meeting that seeks to bring all the relevant partners, both local, international, so sort of start to deliberate on issues concerning environment, science and technology. So it is more like a collaborative coordination meeting that we have.
Yeah, so why is this actually a multi-stakeholder? Why is it coming from a multi-stakeholder approach?
Okay, so it's coming from a multi-stakeholder approach because MEST, by its mandate, our role is to, one of the key things is how do we mainstream science, technology, innovation for socio-economic development. And in mainstreaming science, the vision is that government says that we want to place science and technology at the center. So the science, technology, innovation ecosystem is broad. And so once the science, technology, innovation system is broad, which basically forms part of MEST's key mandate, we have research in one leg, we have academia in one leg, we have industry in one leg, and we have also policy in one leg. And so it fits purposely into. So once we are able to enhance, there's the need to bring these partners together, create a common marketplace together, also create some form of how do we enable them to collaborate, how do we also look at people who are emerging technologies in new areas and also create that local economy around those particular places. And so that is how the fits perfectly into the vision of what of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology in terms of what we are set up to set up to do.
Right. So what's the specific goal or outcome that you are looking out for at the end of this?
So at the end of as my director said, the dialogue is one of the pre-events to the larger program that we'll be having later in August. So we want to bridge the gap between academia and research. So whatever is being done, the research outputs from the academia, we want to, at the end of the day, be able to commercialize.
Okay.
So the aim is that we bring all stakeholders together, especially the academia, so that they sell their ideas, their initiatives, their inventions, so that they will meet with industry, so that industry will uptake whatever is it that has been produced in the lab or at the workshops in order to commercialize for national development. So that's the key thing, to start to deliberate and to know what is being produced in the labs, so that it will be taken up by industry for development.
Right, so let's talk about the stakeholders. What roles are expected of the various stakeholders, say from academia to the private sector, and in this national dialogue? What are they expected to do?
So when it comes to academia, they are the knowledge producers, they are the inventors. They go to the labs and the workshops to produce what we need for development. So they will be there to tell us what is it that they have done. And then when it comes to international organizations, embassies,
the private sector,
yes, we also want them to come on board to link us up with institutions outside the country who will need these inventions to uptake for commercialization purposes. And also, we also have donors or development partners to pump in some money for investments, because we need the monies, we need the investment in order to propel commercialization. So these are the roles that the key sectors, and of course industry, they will be able to, they are coming to pick up the inventions in order to go into the production lines for productivity.
All right, so how is the Ministry of Environment and Science and Technology ensuring inclusivity and diversity in all this?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've done is that at the level of the planning committee, the planning committee is made up of inter-institutional representatives who have come together to plan for this particular initiative, making sure that we do not leave anyone behind. Now, as part of the conference, one of the key things is to also create a platform where we look at the stakeholder mapping. So it's not that something have not been done, but there have been quite a pocket of some of those things within the system over the past, but there's a need to enhance what is already existing, create some form of visibility, and also a platform where we continuously be able to meet that sustainability. So at the level of the stakeholders, they are part of the planning committee. We've also written extensively to some of these stakeholders through their reps and engage them, talking about the forum. And the minister has led the process and also written officially to cabinet in the form of an information paper, rallying all his colleague ministers within the system to be able to be part of the event, so that it's a national thing in nature, so that we'll be able to look at this together.
Right, so how does the ministry actually plan to keep this momentum going after this event? Because obviously most times people come up with events, and after the events it's all forgotten, then next year we come back again. So how do you plan to keep the momentum going after this event?
Yeah, so this is going to be held twice a year. So this year, there's a maiden event we are holding. So the event in August will be the maiden. So from next year going, it's going to be twice a year, in May and in October. And we'll make sure that it's going to happen every year. And the main aim is that inventions will meet investors and uptakers to be able to commercialize. So we will be doing it as far as there are new inventions and innovations. There will be a best forum.
Right.
In addition to what Christopher has said, one of the things too that we have subsequent this year, as we sustain the events, there are going to be some regional meetings within them, so that we zone and then we able like bring in the forum to the doorsteps of our region, not only in Accra, but we move out. So it's part of some of the sustainability strategies to be able to make sure that we continue to do that. The follow-ups, we be able to pick up the issues, emanating from it, and also making sure that we are following up judiciously to ensure that at least we are on track to make it that it's being sustained. Then as a result of that, we'll be able to invite quite a number of people to be able to join and make it not fruitful.
Right. So it's happening on Tuesday, the 3rd June 2025 at the British Council Auditorium.
Yes, please.
Starts at 9 a.m.
Yes, please.
Can anyone just walk into there?
No.
Okay.
We are expecting that in the main events, everyone is invited. But for the June, it is by invitation.
All right. Okay.
But it's going to be aired on our social media platforms.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so people can watch on your
People can
social
watch
media.
it, exactly.
So that's the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology's social media platform.
Yes, so you go to our website, you just type Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and then you can get access.
All right.
In addition to that, we've also created a website specifically for the forum, where the opportunity will be created to also to air that as well. Of course, to Channel 1, your good self, thank you very much, at least for being here, hosting us to do. We know that you are doing quite a lot so far. This particular forum is what is concerned. So it's also an opportunity to also get it on your your network as well.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was really nice talking to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology's National Partners Dialogue that will be coming up on Tuesday, the 3rd of June, 2025 at the British Council Auditorium, which starts at 9 a.m. But do well to catch it right here on air or on their website. We've been speaking to Mr. Sefa J. Mensah, who's the Director, Research Statistics and Information Management at the Directorate of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and Christopher Latte, Head of the Ghana Innovation and Research Commercialization Center at the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now it's time for us to get into our entertainment highlight of the day, and we'll be back with some sports talk.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily, powered by GhanaWeekend.com. This is presented by Ni Komite Kome. Now to our first highlight. Ghana's Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Jifa Abla Gomashi, is mourning the death of her 106-year-old father, Mr. Gomashi. She announced his passing on Facebook on May 26, sharing a moving hymn as tribute. The veteran actress and politician also changed her profile picture to a photo with her father from his recent birthday, marking his legacy with love. Messages of sympathy have poured in from the arts community and the public. Now to our next highlight. Ghanaian actor Lil Wayne claims he turned down a $20,000 bribe meant to halt production of his upcoming biopic on Burkina Faso's president, Ibrahim Traoré. In a TikTok video posted on May 25, Lil Wayne said a man approached him at midnight offering the cash on behalf of an unnamed powerful figure. The actor refused, vowing to continue filming to support Africa's image. His film, first teased on May 21, has sparked debate for portraying the controversial Burkinabe leader. Now to our next highlight. High Life star Kwame Eugene has jokingly appealed to President John Dramani Mahama to slow down the cedi's rapid appreciation against the US dollar. In a light-hearted social media post, the singer said his dollar savings are losing value, stating, and I quote, "All my dollar reserves they go waste," end quote. The cedi's recent gains have been praised nationwide, but Kwame Eugene admits he is feeling happy and sad at the same time about the currency's performance. Now to our next highlight. Burna Boy is set to headline Brazil's Townline Festival alongside Travis Scott, Don Toliver, and Felipe Ret, continuing a groundbreaking 2025 that has seen him sell out the Stade de France and Co-op Arena. The Grammy winner will perform hits and his latest single, Ta Ta Ta, with Travis Scott, a Brazilian funk-infused track referencing Equatorial Guinea's Baltazar and Gonga. The song builds anticipation for the upcoming album, No Sign of Weakness, following earlier releases Sweet Love and Bundle by Bundle. Now to our next highlight. Afrobeat star Davido has revealed his billionaire father, Dr. Adedeji Adeleke, once refunded $200,000 to void an early record deal that could have bound him for over a decade. Speaking on BET, Davido reflected on how the buyout shaped his career. The Grammy-nominated artist is now preparing for his 5 Alive tour, which includes stops in the UK, Canada, and the US. He will headline London's Tottenham Stadium alongside 50 Cent and Mary J. Blige, performing hits from his April 2025 album, 5. Now let's check out Channel 1 TV's Top 10 Countdown.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown. Number 10. Number 9.
The universe know the biz and know they care about your kid. Millions say they die for Yemen and know they care about your sins. That's why we
Number 8. Number 7.
I need some help. Put my head on fire.
Number 6.
It's too late. You lost the good ones, the good man.
Number 5.
Don't forget about me so soon. I saw it go. I saw it go. I saw it go.
Number 4.
Sacrifice it all. I'm just another guy, just another guy. If I could, you wouldn't tell me.
Number 3.
I try, you know, say I try. Don't let me cheat on my woman, no. I try.
Number 2.
Somebody steal my baby. You know, make I carry your love. This mama go back up, no. Oh, my days. I never want to share my girl.
Number 1.
Denise, baby, shake it to the max. DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Caribbean girl, me know for tick, me know for top. Yeah, man, I watch my body like say them, I watch a match. Yeah, anything him say them, girl, I do it like it's tax. But make my own money like the girls in movie trap.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Now that will be it for entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily, powered by GhanaWeekend.com. Stay with Ghana Weekend for more updates on your favorite celebrities, events, and everything pop culture in Ghana and beyond. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok at Ghana Weekend, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Ghana Weekend TV. My name is Ni Komite Kome.
So that's it for the entertainment highlights. Make sure that you visit GhanaWeekend.com for more. But now is sports. Yaminta.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm good.
You think Chelsea is doing well? Is that a conference league? Is that Zuku one?
It was a Zuku one because there's the Champions League, there's the Europa League, and then there's the Conference League. And the Conference League is what Chelsea won.
After conference, you go to another league.
Oh, no. I mean, the Conference League was created, just to ensure that
some teams.
People like Chelsea win.
Pardon?
Oh.
To ensure like.
If I wouldn't like how you are describing Chelsea.
Teams like Chelsea win. I mean, teams that fall outside the top tier in European competition, European football, would get something to look forward to.
So the Real Betis, no, sir, was it?
Real Betis.
Real Betis.
Spanish side.
They are just.
They're a good side, but they are no match for a team like Chelsea. I mean, let's be honest. It was heavily lopsided.
So the 4-1 is no news.
Yeah, it's no news. Yes.
So the whole celebration was for nothing.
Oh.
Because Chelsea is celebrating.
I mean, at the end of the day, they want something. There's something
to show for their hard work.
So so they will celebrate. I mean, at the end of the day, Arsenal have done very good very well over the years, but at the end of the day, there's nothing to show for. So beyond the Community Shield. So yeah, it's one of those things. But at the end of the day, Chelsea won, and so yeah, congrats to Chelsea. And it was a wonderful birthday to Jifa. Because yesterday was her birthday.
Yeah, yesterday was your first birthday.
Her team ended up winning the Conference League. So yeah, happy birthday to you, Jifa. Your team got the job done against Real Betis. Though it was lopsided, it was more like a wolf kind of thing. So we have to take it. But at the end of the day, they won it. And so that's good news for Chelsea. And this being more or less the first year under Enzo Maresca, more or less the second year under the new ownership, Todd Bowley, led by Todd Bowley, because Chelsea's former owner, Abramovich, he had to let go of the team because of the whole Russia-Ukraine issues, and he being Russian and very attached to the Kremlin, the seat of the Russian government. And so new owners had to come in, and they spent a lot of money building a new project. And so far,
is it working?
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, the first year under the new coach, Enzo Maresca, you qualified to the Champions League. You won the conference. You won the Conference League. Yeah, I think it's a fairly good step. Yeah, we look to see how things will fare going forward, especially with how they handle player transfers. Because when they first came in, it was very chaotic how they did their business. Nothing streamlined, herky-jerky, haphazard, all over the place. But we'll see how things go on now that they have a trophy in the bag, if they can be a little bit steady with their expenditures in the transfer window. But Chelsea is an English team, but another English team that's made the news recently is Liverpool, and they won the English Premier League title. And while they were celebrating, an unfortunate incident happened because a man just ran his car through the parade. And it ended up injuring a lot of people. And police have arrested him. And the update is that he's being questioned by the British police.
Why, he was celebrating too much?
No, I think he wanted to
just move.
Yeah,
but people were all over. The supporters were all over the street.
They were celebrating.
So it was like a road rage for him.
Yeah, kind of thing. He got pissed and he just ran his car through the crowd.
But no one died?
So far, no one has been reported dead. But several people have been injured.
Whoa.
Several people have been injured, yeah. And the update is that, he has been arrested and he's being questioned by the British police. And another update is that it has been reported that it's not an act of terror. It's not terror related. It's not terrorism. And someone even made a slight comment like, because if the person was had some ties to Islam or he was Muslim, it would have been considered an act of terror. But because the person isn't, the British police have come out to say that no, it's not an act of terrorism. So
that's
so that's the update from the Liverpool parade incident. And prayers up to the people who got injured in the process. And a little bit before I come to the Black Stars, your favorite subject. This one has to do with
Niger and Black Stars.
Yeah. This one has to do a quick one with basketball. I know Chris really loves basketball. The NBA playoffs, they are in the final phase. The NBA is structured into two phases. So there's the Western Conference and there's the Eastern Conference. And yesterday, the Western Conference finals wrapped up. OKC Thunder, Oklahoma City Thunder. So we just shortened it, OKC Thunder. They ended up beating Minnesota Timberwolves. It's the best of 7 games. It's the best of 7 games. And Oklahoma, in the lead up to this morning's game, They held a 3-1 lead, and yesterday they ended up beating Minnesota Timberwolves by 124 points to 94. And that meant that, yes, they've won the Western Conference Finals, and they've qualified to the NBA playoffs, the NBA Finals. And later today, we'll find out the team that will potentially emerge from the Eastern Conference. And that's the matchup between the Indiana Pacers and the New York Knicks. And just like the OKC Thunder, the Indiana Pacers hold a 3-1 series lead over the New York Knicks. If the New York Knicks can win the three remaining games, they will end up winning the conference and progressing to the NBA final. But at this point, it looks very likely that it's going to be the New York Knicks. Now, moving over to the Black Stars. Yesterday or last night, what happened? I see Chris is in green.
Yeah, she said she actually wore green to come in
torment you
today because we didn't bet though, but I told her that the Black Stars were going to do their thing against the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
But I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Is it because Patti wasn't in there, Kudus wasn't in there?
No, I think because I think, but it won't be fair to say that. I think because the big players, most of them were in there. Do you understand?
From both sides.
But at the end of the day, I don't think it will be fair to, because I think this is a very good platform to also give other people the chance. So I wouldn't want to push to say, okay, it's because those guys were not there, because that would really be unfair.
Yeah.
But I think it's just a game.
Yeah, a friendly game at that. It's not competitive. I mean, it's not like the game that...
But you think that...
It's just a game that reminds us...
the ranking...
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
it all goes... no, it won't even count, because this wasn't a FIFA sanctioned friendly game, so it wouldn't even count. If it was a FIFA sanctioned friendly game,
so this wouldn't affect our ranking in any way.
No, it won't affect our ranking.
Think so?
It's just a match that reminds
us
that we are brother and sister.
Then there's
we
no
love
need
each other so much that Philip does not really need to be worked up. Philip, I still love you.
Honestly,
then I'm not supposed to be perturbed about.
No.
Then don't tease me a lot.
Philip, we still won.
I mean, and honestly, I was impressed with the turnout at the stadium. It was filled.
Wow.
It was filled.
Because it's Ghana and Nigeria.
Yeah, it's Ghana and Nigeria. And a friend of mine tells me, like, out there in London, in England, once you say you're African, the first question they ask you, Ghana or Nigeria?
Oh.
Beyond that, no one cares. Yeah. Like, it's Ghana or Nigeria. Ghana or Nigeria. They don't care about the Zambia, South Africa, Zimbabwe. No one cares. It's all about Ghana, Nigeria. And last night, Ghana lost 2-1 to Nigeria. Another loss to Nigeria under Otuado. Because earlier last year, when he got appointed for the second time as Black Stars head coach, Ghana played against Nigeria, I believe in Morocco, and Ghana ended up losing by 3-2 to Nigeria. And so this is another loss under Otuado to Nigeria. But what he can use as a defense would be that in the game that mattered most, which was the playoff to qualify to the 2022 World Cup, we ended up getting ahead of Nigeria. And even technically, we didn't even beat them. We just qualified based on away goals, because we drew goalless here and we drew 1-1 over there in Nigeria.
Just finally with the PSG.
Oh, yeah. But at the end of the day, it's just a friendly game. It's no big deal. So, Ghana lost to Nigeria, but let's not overreact. It's just a friendly game. Later on Saturday, 31st May, at 7 p.m., yes, there's the UEFA Champions League final. That's the matchup between PSG and
Real Madrid.
Inter Milan. Yes, Inter Milan from Italy. And so that would be more or less like the climax to the end of the 2024-2025 season. There's the Club World Cup to come later in June. But to end May, it will be the UEFA Champions League final. And it's sure to be a very good one. Though, the two teams don't have great fan bases in Ghana. But based on what we've seen so far through the entire competition, you can be rest assured that the quality of football would indeed be great.
Okay, we'll enjoy it and see. And that is it. Yeah,
so before we go, we have a birthday message. Happy birthday to my amazing sister, Naomi Adjoa Asiedu. May your day shine as bright as your smile. Through life's ups and downs, our bond remains unbreakable. God's love and blessings be upon you, from your sister, Frida Ama Asiedu.
So that's it. Many thanks for your time. Join us here on Channel 1 TV, Breakfast Daily. My name is Philip Ni Latte.
And my name is Chris Carter. See you tomorrow for a brand new episode of Breakfast Daily.